wrestling stream for us to be doing, and so yes, we were doing that on Saturday. This weekend we've got UFC. I did actually bring the video back so that people know kind of what we're doing, and also we do need to celebrate those that are in the Hall of Fame. So I know that's been away for a month or so, but just found a way of bringing it back so that we can kind of advertise all the things that we do, and as I said, celebrate those that are in the Hall of Fame. Talking of Hall of Fame, we will have a poll this week. There will be a poll where you can vote for the next person to go in the Hall of Fame. So that will be up later in the week as well. But you're not here for that conversation. You are here for this conversation. You're here to find out what we are doing on Raw. So we've got a few things lined up and we got a few things on the way. They've actually announced a little bit here. So we've got Dominic defending the Intercontinental Championship against Rusev. I think a lot of us thought that was going to be at a PLE or something along those lines. So we've got that match coming up tonight. Bayley takes on Raquel. We knew about that. They announced that last week. We're going to look at the history of Cody and Seth. I'm guessing that's just going to be a video package, but it'll be okay. Usos against The Vision in a tornado match. I'm not thrilled about this. I'm not like giddy. I'm not down on it, but I'm just indifferent to it. I'm just so numb to Braun and Bronson as a tag team. I just do not get excited for their matches. And we've already seen this one, of course. We got this not long ago. So it'll be fine. For a Raw match, it'll be fine. But to be honest, out of all the stuff here, that's probably, well, it's probably better than the video package history. But I'm probably a bit more excited for Bayley and Raquel and see what we do with Bayley now. Because obviously we're still doing that split personality thing. Definitely more excited for that Intercontinental Championship on the line. And AJ Styles, Dragon Lee are going to go up against Los Americanos. So we're actually going to get all of those El Grandes kind of together in a team taking on AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Raw has been a bit better recently. I do look at this and there's a few things in there I can find. Probably the most interesting thing to me is Asuka. So obviously that's not mentioned, but we should get some more Asuka Rhea development. Of course, last week was when Rhea turned into a member of Avatar. It's when she became a Smurf. There's going to be repercussions for that because the internet has been laughing at Rhea for about the last 7 days. So clearly she's going to have an issue with that. So yes, we've got a few things there for us to get our teeth into. So, right, we always start nice and early so we can get into kind of as many thoughts and comments as possible. If you've got some thoughts, if you've got some hot takes, if you've got anything you want to share with me, with the community, if you've got some thoughts that are a bit controversial and you just want to float them and kind of see kind of what a friendly group of wrestling fans would say about it, then you can obviously do that as well. But yeah, let's jump into the community and kind of see where everyone's at coming out of the weekend. Like Brony, who said, Daze, how many times are we going to do Vision versus Usos or LA Night main events? They've got Roman return at the end for like a few minutes. I hope he doesn't return like that again. It's very repetitive stuff. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think for me, this is a match we've already seen, and I wasn't blown away by it. We got it recently, didn't we? At a PLE. I forget which PLE. I've seen so many flipping shows now. I forget what's happened where, but we got it recently. It wasn't Clash in Paris, was it? Was it? What was it? Where the hell did we see that match? Usos versus The Vision. It was WrestlePalooza. No wonder my brain has already forgotten that show. My brain has erased WrestlePalooza. It was that bad. It won't even recognize WrestlePalooza anymore. So there we go, WrestlePalooza. And yeah, I mean, I was not blown away by it. I might need to rewatch that match though, because I think Cage Matches got it at like 3.5 kind of a range. Like it seems to be okay. You lot said that it was okay, it was fine. I just remember being really bored during it. And then obviously I remember Jay busting his head open. So I don't know. I don't really have much appetite to see it again. But to be honest with you, I can't really think of a match I would have appetite for when it comes to Braun and Bronson, because I just don't find them engaging. I just do not find them interesting. I don't find them engaging. I think Bronson was so much better as a solo star. When he was on his own and he was in that feud with Braun Strowman, that was the best he's ever been. And coming out of that feud, he went into Survivor Series. And obviously, you know, he looked pretty good in Survivor Series in the War Games match. And then, of course, he picked up an injury. And then he missed quite a lot of this year. So he came back after Mania doing the whole Vision thing. And I just don't think this has been very captivating at all. I just don't think this has been very captivating. I think the Vision have got quite a few problems. They feel very undercooked. It feels like Bronson's aura has gone missing. I know they tried to rebuild him by having him like both of them Roman, but I think that sort of hurts a little bit when you know Roman's going away to do a film and you sort of know there's a reason for it. Like, I think it kind of takes away some of the credit for them, you know? It's not like Roman could have worked and they have robbed us of... We know he's gone to do Street Fighter. So this was just a way of writing him off. So they don't really get the credit, if you know what I mean. I think that's a little bit of a downside when you know like what's happening in real life, you know? I don't really care if they write him off that way. It doesn't really boost Bronson or Braun in my mind. And then you look at the match quality. I mean, you look at their match at SummerSlam, which was okay. The WrestlePalooza match was lacking for me. I agree with you. I find it quite difficult to get myself excited for Braun and Bronson matches. I'm not saying that we can't find a way forward. I'm just saying where we are right now with where these two are right now. I do just find myself struggling to be like, yeah, okay, that'll be good. I mean, I wish I was sat here all excited for that match, but... I mean, listen, going into a match with low expectations is not always a bad thing, is it? Going into a match where you're like, you know, this will be okay. I mean, they could kill it. It could be an amazing match and my mind could be blown, and let's hope that's what's happening. So, yeah, if you are feeling that way, then you're not alone. I'm with you, but hopefully the match will deliver and exceed expectation. If you are excited for it, brilliant. I hope it delivers because I'm hoping that it's going to be a banger, of course. So, yes, let's see. That match will probably not be the main... Well, I don't know, actually. I was going to say probably won't be the main event. I'm thinking Dominic Rusev will be the main event, but I don't know. It'll be a big, bonkers, messy match. Very exciting match, I would imagine. They'll make it exciting. Maybe it does main event. Benny said, Daze, if WWE gave you a few booking magical wishes to the show, what would you do? Well, I'd fix the Vision. I think Raw is being carried by the Vision. I think their aura is completely wrong. I think the group is wrong. I think that, you know, Braun and Bronson have taken too many losses. I think they need wins. They need to look dominant. We need to see them going in there and messing some people up. I don't know why we don't book them against some easier competition from time to time, where not only do they beat them, but they embarrass them afterwards. And then I would have someone in the group that can take some losses. I think that would be good for someone, like maybe a Theory that's trying to rebuild his career. You know, he's lost. He doesn't know which way to turn. He was with Grayson. Clearly, that's come to an end. He goes back to his old friend, Seth, because don't forget, they were together back in the day. He was one of Seth's disciples in like 2020. So I'd be really tempted to put Theory in the Vision. But Theory is just going to keep letting Seth down. I would have it where Bron and Bronson don't like it. They don't want him in the group. It's Seth that believes in Theory. And it's Seth that's like, no, I saw something in this kid before and I still see it. But he just keeps letting the group down. Bron and Bronson can get wins. Theory can get losses. It can cause friction in the group and eventually lead to Seth turning on Theory. He turns on him. He feels betrayed by him. He feels humiliated by him. He said that he was going to be a good addition to the group. He hasn't proven to be a good addition to the group. And then you've got a whole story arc of Seth and Theory fighting over that world title, which some might say is too soon, but Theory's held mid-card belts already. He held like the United States Championship. Like, we've been there, we've done that. And if you remember like how over Sammy was when he kind of broke away from the Bloodline, I would be aiming for something like that. There is a very powerful kind of booking technique, which is if you've got someone in a group and they are trying to do the right thing and the rest of the group are sort of bullying them, the crowd will gravitate towards that person and get behind them. It will be like, you know, I don't like the way they're treating Theory. Like, he deserves better. He's trying. You know, he's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to help that group, and they're not giving him a chance. And they're being like bullies, basically. I mean, there is something where when viewers see bullying, they really obviously root for the victim and, you know, want him to kind of rise up. It can be very, very powerful. And we saw that with Sammy and, of course, Daniel Bryan when he was in the Wyatt family. I know he wasn't in very long, but it led to an amazing moment where Daniel Bryan stood up to Bray. And I know many of you are Bray fans and will remember that moment. So I would be hoping for something along those lines. But any work that you can do with the Vision to kind of make them a bit stronger right now, I think is well worth it. Because they are ever present on Raw and they are a massive part of Raw. And I think that it makes sense to kind of get that a little bit stronger, because I don't want to say Raw is being carried by them, because there's other stories, there's other things that are going on. But it's very clear they're meant to be like the new Bloodline. They're meant to be this new super group that are like dominating. And their leader is the world champion, you know. Before we had the Bloodline with Roman, now we've got the Vision with Seth. And it's quite clear that we've kind of gone with the same play as the Bloodline. Of course, they're not family this time, which hurts. They're not as big as stars this time. You know, no offense, but Seth's not as big as Roman. And no offense, Bron and Bronson aren't as big as the Usos. So the whole group is a downgrade on the Bloodline. And that's hurting as well. You know, we were dealing with bigger stars when we were dealing with the Bloodline. We're not dealing with the same level of star power. We're having to try and build it up. So there's extra work, extra pressure. Anything you can do to make the Vision better is, I think, time well spent. So a big focus would have to go there. And then you look at the top end of SmackDown, and that's Cody. And I would be really looking for a good creative story for Cody. I don't care if it's with Randy. I don't care if it's with Drew. But I think you need a really good personal story at the top end of SmackDown as well. Because I've said it before, I think the success of WWE, if you was to be parachuted in because it was all on fire and ratings were in the toilet, you want to look at your big stars, you want to look at your main events, you want to look at the top end. Doesn't matter what flipping Zelina Vega's doing, right? Doesn't matter what you got Ivy Nile doing or Maxine Dupree doing, right? You want to look at Roman, Cody, you want to look at Seth, you want to look at Punk, you want to look at your big stars. What are they doing? Are they in the right places? Are the stories captivating enough? Is your main event strong enough, right? So what's your main event scene on Raw? What's your main event scene on SmackDown? What are your big stars doing? Because we know Attitude Era was driven by Stone Cold and The Rock and Mr. McMahon. It wasn't driven by Val Venus and Jeff Jarrett and people like this, right? It wasn't driven by that mid-card. It was driven by the top end. Same as like the Ruthless Aggression taught you Ruthless Aggression. You're going to think John Cena. You're going to think Randy Orton. You're going to think Batista, you know, and many other names, of course. But it's the top end that's the most important. So, yeah, if I was parachuted in, I'd be looking at the main event scene on Raw, main event scene on SmackDown. You can see the vision isn't right. You can see that Cody's had really rubbish creative. And so you'd want to get those fixed as the priority. But, I mean, we could go much more into it. We could talk about the women's divisions. We could talk about, obviously, the tag. We know there's great work going on SmackDown in regards to the tag division, or there has been. Seems to have just settled down a little bit in recent weeks. There's been no work done in the tag division on Raw. So, you know, that needs to burst into life. I don't mind the idea. Someone had the idea of mixed tag championships. I'm not sure that I think you could have one set of tag titles and your tag champs go between Raw and SmackDown. Because I don't know the divisions are big enough to warrant two sets of tag titles. You know, the women have only got one set of tag titles. So why don't the men just have one set of tag titles? And then those champs go from Raw to SmackDown, right? So one set of tag titles for the women, one set of tag titles for the men. Great. I'm not down on that. And then maybe just introduce like some fun mixed tag titles, right? So you're not adding belts, you're just replacing a set of belts. Because to be honest with you, I think, is it Judgment Day? I can't even remember who the champs are. I think it's Judgment Day that have got the tag champs on Raw. I think I heard they defended those belts like once since July. So, you know, those titles are basically not active. Those titles might as well not exist. So you could easily take them away and we ain't lost much. But you could also replace them, and it could also be a way of just having some pretty fun combinations. You know, you could have some really interesting guy-girl matches, like matchups, a little bit like the Mixed Match Challenge, but when you've got like Seth and Becky, AJ and Punk, Montez and Bianca, like you can list quite a few real-life partners like Jimmy and Naomi, yeah? Miz and Maurice. You can kind of go down quite a few real-life partnerships, and you could make some as well, like, say, B-Fab and Dawkins. You know, B-Fab and Dawkins, they could actually dominate like a mixed tag division. I don't know what we're going to do with Dawkins once this split happens, because it feels like that's where we're going. But why not put him with B-Fab? And why not have some mixed tag titles to go after and actually, you know, give them the belts, give them a decent run, have some good teams like Becky and Seth trying to go up against them and maybe not succeed, and actually build up Dawkins and B-Fab and actually do something there. If you've got a guy like, say, Theory that's at a bit of a loose end, and you've got a girl like, say, Meechin that's at a bit of a loose end, this would give you another option to do something with them, you know? Actually put them together and have them go after mixed tag titles. So I'm not down on that. I'm not down on one set of women's tag titles, one set of men's tag titles, and then one set of mixed tag titles. So I would propose that in a meeting. If I was in a creative room, I would throw that idea out there and let it bounce around and see what happens. It might die. And someone might be like, no, we've never had those. I don't think we should go that way. And that's fine. That's fine. If it didn't, I wouldn't stake my life on it. It would just be like, hey, what do we think about this? Throw it around, see what happens, see if like people get excited by it. If they do, maybe you can do something with it. If they don't, no biggie, on to the next thing. So yeah, I think there's loads of stuff that we could dig into, but I don't want to spend any longer on that. Fewer Duchess said, will Dragunov return tonight? He could. I mean, I think that Intercontinental match definitely feels like a landing spot. I think the streets were saying that Rusev could be an opponent, actually, for Dragunov. So, word is that he's ready to return. Rusev is now free from that Sheamus feuds. He's now in a match with Dominic tonight. And so, yes, I think there is a good chance. I've not read that he's going to be on the show, but I've been waiting for the Sheamus Rusev feud to end first. That seems to have ended now. And this could be a landing spot for Dragunov tonight. Right, what do we think about Drew's claim that Cody is bringing the ref? I think Demon Finn Dominic for the title, said Off Tom. Well, I think you have to remember that a lot of what Drew says, he says in character. So obviously that's Drew's character speaking. I mean, in real life, it's the stories, right? I think that that's Drew's perspective, and I think he's entitled to his perspective. I think any time that there's a bit of a questionable moment, Drew's going to jump on it. So, the referee was pleading with Drew to not deliver a Claymore and drive Cody's head through the table. I feel like the ref was saying that because you're allowed to do it, but it's, from a humanity point of view, it's like we don't need things to go that far, yeah? Don't do it. This isn't you, kind of a thing. And actually, if the roles were reversed, I believe the referee would do the exact same thing. So the idea that there is favoritism, I don't agree with, right? I don't think that's true. But I can't prove that the ref would do the same thing in the other situation because we've not had the other situation. And this is where Drew can kind of operate, he can use what has actually happened and he can present it as a conspiracy against him, right? And the referees are all against him and all this kind of stuff. I don't believe that to be true. I think roles reverse. The ref does the exact same thing. It might be that he's not going to get disqualified or anything if he does it, because he ended up doing it. He missed and he put himself through the table, yeah, if you remember. So, I mean, he ended up doing it anyway, but that hesitation seemingly allowed Cody to move out of the way. So I think that it's Drew just doing what Drew has been doing for a good few years now, which is trying to spin the narrative in his favor, trying to show that he is not the bad guy, or not that he's not the bad guy. I don't think he really cares about being seen as the bad guy, but I think he wants people to see things from his perspective. I think he wants people to see, this is a man that doesn't really have much forgiveness. I remember a whole story arc about him and Jay and how he couldn't forgive Jay. The other baby faces were, because they were forgiven and they were, kind of baby faces. Drew wouldn't forgive. Drew was not having it from Jay when Jay first left the Bloodline. He was attacking him backstage and everything, and he just was not having it from Jay. And so, but even though he was attacking a babyface, his reasoning was, that guy cost me the championship. Like, that guy made my life hell. You want me to just forgive that? And many people will be like, no, I get where he's coming from. Because it is true, the Usos did attack Drew when Drew was feuding with Roman. So why should he now forgive Jay just because Jay is trying to be a babyface now, So there's lots of people that do see Drew's perspective on things. I'm not a massive fan of heels kind of having this kind of logic. I sort of feel like wrestling is better when we're all united behind hating a heel and supporting a babyface. I feel like that's where wrestling works the best. If you've got a heel that's so good that you just admire them so much for their work that you support them, like, say, a Gunther. I mean, I get that. I understand that. I mean, I feel that. I love watching Gunther wrestle. I get excited for his matches because he is so good at it. I can't help but appreciate him, right? And so I understand that. But by and large, it is better that we're all united behind cheering for someone and booing the heel. That's kind of maybe an old school mentality. But I think if you deviate away from that, what you end up getting is you get a crowd that's very mixed, and you get a lot of people kind of booing and cheering different people. And like, I don't know, like it doesn't really satisfy as much. I kind of feel like when we were all rooting, or most of us, you'll never get 100%. When I say all of us, I mean like, you know, the majority, like a good 90-odd%. I mean, when we were all hoping for Cody to finish his story, you know, that was amazing. Or when we were all behind Daniel Bryan to finish his story, or we were all behind Kofi during Kofi Mania, you know? Like, those are just iconic, amazing moments where everyone's rooting. And when I say everyone, again, 90-odd%, yeah, you'll never get 100%. There will always be people going the other direction. But I don't know, when you've got Drew doing the things that he's doing, like saying the things that he's saying, you do get people kind of going, I get where Drew's coming from, you know. I think Drew's talking sense. And then they'll go with Drew, and it muddies the waters a little bit. And I'm just not as keen on that. So, yeah, it's one of those. He's giving his perspective. I find myself disagreeing with Drew a lot. I find myself not agreeing with his perspective. The most recent example being that Cody has got the referees on his side or something, and giving that example from the other day. But what I saw the other day was a referee trying to not allow what should have been a wrestling match to turn into something much more severe. I saw a referee kind of duty of care, you know, not trying to not allow it to get like out of control, yeah? And I genuinely think roles reversed, the ref would have done the exact same thing with Cody. And I think he would have had the exact same conversation with Cody. So the idea of favoritism, the idea that Cody has got the refs wrapped around his finger, that's Drew's perspective, but it's not a perspective I agree with. It's not a perspective that I share. But it is interesting how Drew can say that and people can then believe that. And as we said, it then can muddy the waters, which I don't know is a good thing, to be honest. Connor said, have we got a feeling that Rusev might have a chance of winning the IC title tonight? Do we think Dom is favourite? I think Dom's favourite, but actually, Connor, I think it's a good question, and we can do a poll on that. So, who leaves as IC champion? Is it going to be Rusev, or is it going to be Dominic? So let's do the poll, and let's see what people think on that. I think it's going to be Dominic. I think Ilya is going to come down. I can go with the Ilya shout. I think Ilya gets involved somehow, some way, for some reason. Maybe there's a DQ. Maybe there's a count out. Dominic survives by the skin of his teeth. Rusev then starts beating up on Dom. Finn doesn't make the save, which is obviously going to be interesting. Dominic will want to know later why Finn didn't come out to help. But the person that does come down and goes after Rusev would be Ilya Dragunov. And I think Ilya can make it very clear. I didn't do that so much to come to Dominic's aid. I just don't like seeing bullies, you know. That was an unprovoked attack. And even though many will say Dominic deserved it, I still didn't like what I saw, you know. I think you can make it quite clear that it was not really about Dominic per se. It was just about doing what he felt was right in the moment. And he saw someone being beaten up that couldn't defend themselves, wasn't defending themselves because they'd been attacked from behind. Something like this, he comes down, makes the save, bang. We're into a Rusev-Ilya feuds. Dominic can then go on to defend that IC title against someone else. I would love for it to be Sheamus. I'd like for Sheamus to get that belt. I don't mind if it's Finn, but I would really like Finn to be a little higher up the card, to be honest. I don't really need Finn to have an IC title run. So I think it's a belt that Sheamus really covets. It's a belt that Sheamus really wants. So I'd be okay with Sheamus being the one to get it. But to be honest with you, I think there's still a story for John Cena. because we know there's been word about doing Dominic versus John Cena, and many people know that John never had the IC title. A lot of people want him to have it because they want that box ticked, which I do understand. We've had this conversation before, and I do think that maybe my words get a little bit not misunderstood. Perhaps it's me that I'm not clear on it. Like, I do not mind John having the IC title, right? I really don't mind. If we do a match and it's John Dominic IC title, let's go. That'll be fun. I'm down for it. Yeah, thumbs up. Good. But what I have said before is it doesn't matter if he gets it to me. There's a lot of people out there that I see online that are desperate for John to get it because he's never had it. But also, if he gets it, he becomes a Grand Slam champion. And as we've had some conversations about, I don't really rate the Grand Slam champion thing. I think it is an achievement, but I think that what John has done in his career is so far past Grand Slam champion. Like, Grand Slam champion sounds grander than I think the achievement actually is. Like, for me, as I've said before, as you climb up the ranks, you win the tag belts, you win a mid-card belt. By the time you get to your world title, like, say, Sammy, yeah, we're hoping Sammy's going to do this. That's where you not only win a world title, but you've won all the other belts, and you are now, as a result, a Grand Slam champion, right? So to me, that is kind of how the Grand Slam championship thing works. It's like, well done, you've won all the belts, you're a Grand Slam champion. If you're John Cena, that has been at the top of the card for decades and has won 17 world titles, more world titles than anyone else, you are so far beyond the Grand Slam achievement. I feel like that was a side quest during level 3 or 4, right? You're on level 30 right now, and a Grand Slam champion is a side quest around level 3, 4, maybe 5, something like that, and you're already on level 30 if you're John Cena. So it's one of those where I suppose you can go back and do it so that you can 100% the game, right? And I think that's why a lot of people want him to have it, because they want him to 100% the game if this was a video game. To me, I'm just not bothered. But I'm down for the match. I have no problem with seeing John Dominic IC title on the line. I'll be rooting for John. Do it. Achieve it. Get your achievement. Get your IC title. Get your Grand Slam accolades. But to me, it's not that I'm not going to be dancing in the street celebrating all night long as if he's, just achieved climb some mountain. To me, it's very much a side quest that if we don't even do, it's not a problem. So, yes, that's how I feel about it. But that's maybe another reason as to why I feel confident that Dominic will retain. Hannah, hello, said Daze, there's little time left for John. If WWE experimented the heel turn last year and then went back face when he announced for the final year, where we get a full face year with good stories. If only. Yeah, that would have been better. There has been some criticism, understandably so, about the final year, about the heel run and all of that. We've spoken extensively about it. My feelings about the heel run are that it just was too late in the day. I think it could have worked. But I think you needed to kind of commit to it longer. I think you needed to do a bit more to kind of build the heat up, right? I think we needed to see him a bit more than we were seeing him. And because, you'd get a couple of appearances, then you'd do the PLE, then you'd get a couple of appearances, and then you'd do the PLE. And sometimes you might miss a PLE or something, or, you might not get a few appearances. You might get one appearance, and he's not been ever present this year, right? I think this year he's going to have done 30-something dates, which sounds like a lot, but obviously when you take out, 10 PLE appearances, that only means 20 appearances on Raw and SmackDown, because don't forget they've been using him on both shows. So that means about 20 appearances spaced across those two shows. It's really not many. 30 odd appearances in a year where there's 360 odd days, and 2 shows a week, 3 if you include a PLE. It ain't many. So I think that it was just the wrong time. I think it was too late. I think people were buying tickets to say goodbye to their hero. They did not want to be booing John Cena. And that's so it proved, to be honest, because I think that, we saw a very split crowd. We saw people that weren't that bothered by John, that were quite happy to just go with it. But we saw those John Cena fans that, honestly, he could have spat in their faces and they still would have cheered. They still would be quite happy to buy his merch and cheer because he just means too much to them. They've got the pictures on the wall at home. Do you know what I mean? Like, their lives have probably been punctuated by John Cena matches and moments where, like, some of their favourite matches are like some of John's old matches. Some of their favourite moments are John moments. Some of their favourite feuds are John feuds. So late in the day trying to convince them that he's a heel. Plus, he's such a lovely guy. The guy's done more Make-A-Wishes than anyone else. Charles Robinson, in a video the other day, got emotional because, he's like, I'm so sad he's going. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about John. He is just a genuine, and I know the real man is different to the character, but he is such a genuine, lovely person. I honestly, the more interviews I see of him, the more I hear people talk about him, the more you come to realize that he just is actually a good force in the world. Because I'm going to tell you something I'm going to be honest, right? I'm going to tell you something that I don't know, I've said before. I always had a suspicion, and I don't think this is unfair, but I always had a suspicion that he was a bit ruthless and a bit heartless and a little bit cutthroat. I mean, normally to get to that sort of position and keep that sort of position, you do have to play the game a little bit, right? I mean, you do have to kind of make sure people aren't going to take your spot. We all know that, like, Hogan, when he was in that position, was quite cutthroat and, would use every advantage he had. And, we heard about John not wanting to lose to the Nexus in 2010. So you kind of hear things like that. And you go, okay, so here's a guy that's at the top. Here's a guy that didn't want to put the Nexus over. And there's a couple of other little rumblings that I've heard. Nothing major, but just like John didn't want to lose to certain people. There's these little things, but nothing major. So you sort of go, I wonder what he's like in real life. I know everyone sees the character and thinks he's amazing, but I wonder what he's actually like in real life. And part of me honestly thought that it was a bit of a front. Part of me thought the character was probably hiding, probably not that nice of a guy behind the scenes. And I kind of, don't know, haven't really thought about it too much, but that was just a little vibe that I had throughout the years, was to get that in, to be in that position, to keep that position, probably there's some dark secrets, probably some skeletons. And I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to suspect. I didn't have any proof. It was just a suspicion. Honestly, I think I'm wrong. I think I'm completely wrong. The more I hear about John, the more I hear he's just amazing. Charles Robinson, never heard a bad word about him. And, you just look at the amount of people that are coming out in this final year and just saying what a great guy he is. You go, oh my God, I think he is the character. I think the lovely guy that you see on TV, I think that person that sends those positive tweets out, live each day as if it's your last. I always think if people are going to send that kind of message out online, it's probably hiding some dark secret. You know what I mean? Why are you sending out messages so lovely and positive? Why do you want to share so much positivity with the world? Is it because there's dark secrets? Are there some skeletons that we're trying to overcompensate for? What's going on? But actually, the more that you hear about him, the more you just find out he's just a flipping lovely man. And you go, God damn. What a guy. So, yeah, I've got a lot of, as of right now, I've got a lot of respect for John Cena. I've got a lot of admiration for John Cena. I think that they've always said, and Vince has always said, if you was to build, I think Triple H said this actually, if you was to build a WWE superstar from the ground up, from scratch, you would build John Cena. That's it. You don't need any other bits. You would just build John Cena because he's got an amazing look. He's one of the great promos, which I know people debate, but I think he is one of the great promos. I think that when he gets a microphone, he's really compelling. You always feel like it's a big segment, and he can go toe to toe with people. He cooked Austin Theory. He cooked Logan Paul. I mean, he can go toe to toe with people on a microphone, and we saw that when he went toe to toe with The Rock during WrestleMania 28, 29, and they were like throwing shots at each other, and Cena did really well. It was much debated as to who had won the verbal exchanges. I don't know. I mean, if you think The Rock won those, that's absolutely fine. But I think even those people would say John did a great job. So he went toe-to-toe on the mic with The Rock. And for me, I think promo skills, excellent. In-ring, well, he always got criticised for that, but his matches always felt like big deals. And actually, more in recent years, where he's been a bit more vulnerable, his matches have been arguably even better. I mean, his matches with AJ Styles in 2017 were fantastic, really good. I think there was a lot of praise for his match against Cody this year. That has been really enjoyed. People were even praising his Logan match, right? People had praise for that. And the match he had recently with Sami Zayn was a banger until Brock Lesnar came and ruined it, right? So, I mean, John can clearly contribute in ring. He can clearly contribute on a microphone. Add in the fact he's a lovely, genuine person who's done more Make-A-Wishes than anything else. And you can sort of understand why people are so sad to see him go. And you can sort of understand why Vince never wanted to turn him heel as well. Again, I know that's a character thing, you know. It doesn't matter if the guy's a lovely guy or not. It shouldn't affect the character. But if you've got someone like John, who's a good person and his character's good, and they are just selling merch like no one's business, and the fans love him, the people that don't aren't a problem. They were never loud enough. It was the support. It was never like 70-30 against. It was always like 60-40, 70-30 in favour of John. And whilst those merch sales were at the level they were at, Vince was happy to keep him babyface. Well, I do think it was a mistake. I think we should have tried the heel run back in the day. But I think the bigger mistake was trying to do it this year, to be honest. I think that was the bigger mistake. But yes, this was not the year to do it for me. But we know this. We've spoke about this. We don't need to go over that again. Kian said, 10 months in this community. Jenna Ortega gets beautiful by the day. Kian, thank you, my friends. On behalf of Jenna Ortega, we appreciate your comments. But also the restriction order is also still enforced. Yeah, you do have to keep a safe distance away. Thank you. Nico, shout out to you. And Kyle said, do we think Cena's last opponent is going to be revealed at Survivor Series? It might have to be honest, because I don't think he's got an appearance between Survivor Series and Saturday night's main event. So a word on the street was they were going to announce the details over the weekend. They didn't. They were saying that the rumors were it could be as early as yesterday. They weren't. They might announce it tonight. I mean, I think that what we're going to get very soon is a poster and also probably the name of the show. I mean, I think it could be Saturday night's main event, but you could easily change that. I mean, you don't have to go with the Saturday night's main event branding. You know, basically, NBC have got a special in December, which would be a Saturday night's main event. But this is where John Cena's going to have his last match. So why call it Saturday night's main event, right? That doesn't tell the casual fan what is happening. If you're going to go Saturday night's main event, you need a subtitle, John Cena's farewell match or something like that. Saturday night's main event, farewell John Cena. Thank you, John. You're going to need something that tells the non-WWE viewer that what is happening, basically, right? A lot of people wanted John to have his own PLE. So I suppose what I'm saying is we haven't seen a poster yet. We haven't seen the imagery, and we haven't found out the name of the show. Saturday night's main event, of course, is what people are expecting, but you've got to put something in there about this is John's last match. You've got to put something in there. Because there's going to be people that haven't watched since WrestleMania, maybe even people that haven't watched in a few years. They need to know what that show is really about. That is not Saturday night's main event like every other Saturday night. That show is going to be one of the most important shows in WWE history. I mean, there are not many times where we say goodbye to GOATs of John Cena's magnitude, because there have not been many times where there are people that have been as popular as John Cena has in WWE history. Regardless of what you think of the man, we can all agree he's been a big deal, right? It's undeniable, right? So saying goodbye to someone of his magnitude is dramatic and is obviously going to be huge, and we need to communicate that. So we're not necessarily waiting on who the opponent's going to be. We're waiting on what's the message, what's the presentation, what's the poster, what's the name of the show, and then we can start working towards it, of course. I mean, what else do you put on the show? That's another question, isn't it? Because not only is it who's the final opponent, but, I mean, what do you do for the first hour? What do you do? I mean, do you do just a one-match show? I mean, do you do an hour of looking back at John's career, doing interviews, showing highlights, doing countdowns? I mean, you could do easily top 10 John Cena moments, and you could have a panel of previous opponents sharing their thoughts. You could have like video messages from other legends just saying, you know, John, you've been absolutely incredible. You know, I just wish you all the very best tonight. You could absolutely do no other match. If that is a 2-hour show, you could have an hour where we do like a panel and all that stuff, and then you do the one match in that second hour. And of course you give it time, and of course you give him time after to say what he wants to say. And of course, for those that are going there live, you would do an hour of dart matches so that the people going get to see some action. But when the TV broadcast happens, you could then just do the one match, which goes for 20 odd minutes. And then he's got a good 20 minutes after to say what he wants to say, you know, with entrances and everything. You know, you can easily fill out that hour. And who knows, there might even be a surprise in there. Yeah. You could even put some little moment in there, like John gets a statue, something like that. I don't know that you would do that, of course, because you might want to do that as a separate thing, but I'm just speaking out loud, right? I'm not saying that they announce he's going in the Hall of Fame, but I mean, you could do that. I mean, but I wouldn't. Again, that's probably a fun separate moment, just like we saw with Steph. But do you know what I mean? Like, give him a plaque or give him whatever, right? I think that this, the show, I don't personally want a normal Saturday night's main event and then John just does the main event. I think John Cena deserves better than that. I think that John deserves somewhat grander than that. And doesn't have to be that we don't do any other matches. I'm just speaking out loud. It doesn't bother me if we do other matches. But if we did other matches, I think I'd still somehow make it John Cena themed, you know? I'd still somehow connect it with John. Because no offense to those other matches, but the commentators are surely going to be talking about John and what John's achieved. There's no point putting big matches on that show. People ain't going to tune into it for those matches. People are going to tune in for John. And they're going to tune in for John's last match. So lean into that. Go into that. be great if we had some of his old shirts on display and some, I'm sure we've got lots of memorabilia, John, that we can get out of the warehouse. I think you could really make it like the show I think people want, which is a very John Cena themed show, How you do that theme, don't know. How many matches you have, don't know. But, there's lots of opportunity and options. So we're waiting on that. And I think that is, I don't want to say as important as his last match, but it's very important how we are going to send him off. It's very important as to the, what is it we're actually going to do. And that would be a very interesting meeting. I'd love to see that in Unreal. They're doing another season of that. I would love to see behind the scenes the conversations of what should we do for John's last show. Like, obviously, we fly the family in, do you have them obviously all in the front row? What do we do with Make-A-Wish? They're surely going to want a presence at that show. What do we do with his entrance? Like, does he come out on his own? Does he come out with the kids again? Or does he... We've had so many iconic John WrestleMania entrances. Like... What do you do? I mean, does he drive into the building? We've seen him driving in a vehicle before. I suppose, I don't know, do you go to John and ask John and go, what do you want to do? Is there any entrance you've always wanted to do that you've never done? Like, this is all going to have to be discussed, isn't it? There's so much more to sort out than just who's that last person. So, yes, looking forward to finding out a bit more about, certainly the poster and the name of the show at this stage. And as people know, the final opponent is rumoured to be Gunther. Which would make sense. I could see Gunther being on that Survivor Series team. And, out of that, we get the final match. But, there's people that have got other thoughts as well. Some people want a gauntlet match, which I don't know about. I mean, I get the idea, but I don't know how John is meant to run a gauntlet. Certainly against the kind of caliber of talent people would want. People don't want John running a gauntlet against rubbish names. They want John running a gauntlet against really interesting names. So I don't really know how John's meant to do that. I think, personally, it's better if John just has a banger of a final match, just like how Ric Flair did against Shawn Michaels. Ric Flair, Shawn Michaels, one of the great WrestleMania matches, and it just so happened to be Ric Flair's last WWE match. And I sort of feel like that, you couldn't improve. That wouldn't have been better if that had been a gauntlet. If you'd have changed that to a gauntlet, that would not have improved that match, because it's close to impossible to improve that match. That match is a lot of people's favorite WrestleMania match. Like, a lot of people will look at WrestleMania 24 Shawn Ric Flair and they'll say that's, one of the greatest matches, let alone WrestleMania matches. I'm sorry, I love you. I don't think a gauntlet makes that better. So for me, I get the gauntlet idea. If we do it, I won't be down on it, but I think I just want a banger, a dramatic banger that kind of reaches that Shawn Ric Flair kind of level, which is going to be hard. Make no mistake about it. We're talking about two of the greatest wrestlers of all time. And so putting on one kind of magical final performance, I don't know, can Gunther and John do something like that? It's a lot of pressure, but that's what we'd be looking for. That's what I would be looking for. But, lots to talk about there. Lots to talk about. Right, I want to see Edge Cena one final time. That match would have been incredible, but we're not going to see that match, says Connor. Let's go down. Daze, I tagged you in a tweet. There's some frustration about NXT choosing October 7th to host Invasion after the Israel-Gaza war. I don't really see the connection, to be honest. I don't see the connection. I don't think anyone at the time thought that and went, oh, that's, a bit too Israel-Gaza, I think that's for me, it feels like a reach. Maybe if, Israel invaded Gaza on that date or whatever, then it's, a bit of an unwelcome coincidence. But I don't know. I no way did that cross my mind. Like, I don't really get the connection on that one. That feels a bit of a reach to me. I wonder who is driving that narrative. I wonder if that is coming from AEW fans, or like, you know, is it a reporter that is like trying to stir up a bit of, you know, controversy? Is it from someone trying to get some views? I can't be the only one that feels like that's how does TNA and NXT, two kind of wrestling promotions in America, put in a show on called Invasion because it works with their... How's that got anything to do with Israel and Gaza? So, that feels like a reach to me. Aaron said, Daze, should Rusev Day return? I get that Rusev likes this character, but he hasn't been connecting with the crowd since his return. I like Rusev, but the nostalgia of Rusev Day could help. Well, I don't think it would work at the moment because he's a heel. Rusev Day was quite popular with the fans. I think that whilst he's a heel, I think like Rusev became a little bit of a comedic character in a way. You know, he was with like Aiden English, if you remember, and Aiden English was doing like the intros and stuff. I sort of feel like that didn't work. He got released. You know, if that had been a massive success and he had stayed, then, you know, maybe. But he did all of that, and clearly it didn't land in the way they wanted because, well, he ended up getting released. So I think that he has come back, and I can understand him wanting to, you know, focus on a different presentation, wanting to focus on being more of a destroyer and not so much have to have like a catchphrase and whatever. I mean, if he does have a catchphrase, probably want it to be something... I mean, you could do Rusev Day and repackage it and make it more serious, but then I don't know that it's the Rusev Day that fans would want to see come back, you know? So, I don't know. I'm all right with staying away from it, to be honest with you. I'm all right with us trying to get him over a different way, because there's millions of ways to get over. There's millions of different ways that you can get him, like, build up his aura. I was not massively feeling him and Sheamus, to be honest. I think their last match was not too bad, though. I think their last match was okay, but that feud was, I'd say, a positive overall. It got him on TV, and it kind of showed us what he's about. He's about, like, you know, getting in there, brawling, being a problem. And I don't know. I mean, if he starts ragdolling Dominic around, battering Dominic, and Dominic's, like, selling hard, but somehow Dominic maybe goes to the outside, grabs the belt, gets counted out, DQ, maybe Rusev goes too far, wins, but doesn't win the belt, because I don't think he'll win the belt. You know, then, you know, we can just maybe keep building up the fact that he is dangerous. And who knows where we might get to eventually. I think it would be good if Lana was with him. I think Lana being with him isn't a problem. I mean, it's kind of a Beauty and a Beast type dynamic, you know. And I would have her being fairly serious. I wouldn't have her messing around or anything. I don't mind us going into that. I think I'd be more into that than Rusev Day. Rusev Day was really just like a catchphrase thing, which, I don't know. I don't know that that's what we need right now. So, if we get it, fine. I'd be interested to see how they would use it, but, yeah, don't know. Not massively sold. Ronnie said 5 weeks sober. Could OTC return tonight? Thoughts? Well, Ronnie, congrats, my friend. Shout out to you. In regards to could Roman return tonight? He could. He could. I mean, we are expecting him to be at Crown Jewel. I think he was on the poster, wasn't he? So I think there is a chance he could come back, go after Braun Bronson, get involved in that Usos match. So, yes, I think there is a chance. We heard the other day the filming had wrapped up. No word that it's happening, or certainly no word that I've seen. So could be this week, could be next week. Yeah, he could come back. Clearly, he's going to go after Braun and Bronson after what happened, where he got destroyed. Beaten down so brutally in Clash in Paris, I think. He's been away doing Street Fighter, but that's apparently done now. And he was on the poster for Crown Jewel, so yes, there is a chance. Yes. But you can't really sit here and go, oh, yeah, definitely. There's been no word that he's definitely on the show. It might be next week, you know, or he could come back at Crown Jewel rather than have a match for Crown Jewel. It could be that he actually returns there. So, yeah, I think there's a good chance. I think it's a good chance. But I can't say 100%. I'd probably be leaning 60%. I think I'd be feeling pretty good about it. But I don't know. I mean, Roman comes back and then does, faffs around with the Vision and then goes away again. I sort of feel like if Roman comes back tonight, it's not going to be... It's going to be a big deal, but it's not going to be that big of a deal, you know, if he comes back. I mean, he came back and he ended up doing a nothing tag match at SummerSlam. And then, you know, he has a match at, I think it was Clash in Paris, wasn't it? Which was all right. That was all right. It was him against Bronson, wasn't it? It was him against the Tribal Thief. I mean, we need to do him against Braun next. And that absolutely could be at Crown Jewel. So, yeah, him against Braun, I think, would be a bit more intriguing. I'm a bit more into him and Braun because they keep positioning Braun as the bigger star. Out of Bronson and Braun is the one they're positioning as the bigger star of the two. You know, he's faced Bronson first, and it'll be Braun he faces next. So, you know, that alone tells you they see Braun as the bigger star out of the two of them. So, yeah, that match will be okay. I'm not down on that. But I think it's quite obvious as to where we're going. And we know that he's going to be coming back soon. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be fine seeing him come back. It'll be a moment. But it's not a moment that's going to blow my mind or I'm going to, you know, be flipping, going bonkers over. It's, yeah, I think a good chance this week. Big Time said, WrestleUps have tweeted, Elite Rockers has tweeted, it's being discussed on Sky News. People from Israel aren't happy because October 7th is the second year anniversary of Hamas invading Israel. Well, WrestleUps and Elite Rockers are, no offense, irrelevant because they take stories that, you know, I mean, Roman Reigns could sneeze and those two outlets would put a tweet out about it, right? Earlier today, Roman Reigns sneezed. Here's some video footage of it. And to be honest with you, I might include that in Unseen. I mean, if I tweet about it, it's irrelevant because there's a lot of outlets that are just looking for any sort of talking point, you know? There's people that tweet out about this day 5 years ago, this happened, or people will tweet out that it's such and such his birthday, or people will tweet out, you know, this person has said they would like to go after this title in the future. I mean, like, pretty much the amount of stuff that gets shared on a daily basis, there's a lot of just waffle, honestly. So, I mean, there's a lot of accounts where their only existence is just sharing anything they can get their hands on. So I would say WrestleUps and Elite Rockers or Wrestle Purists or any of those accounts tweeting out about this news is not an indicator that it is important news, because I can find you many, I would go as far as to say thousands of examples of where those outlets have tweeted out things that are just not important. So I would say that that's not an indicator of anything. But Sky News picking up on it is interesting. I'd say that's interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could find examples where they've spoke about things that aren't important, but clearly them picking up on something wrestling related is interesting. But to me, as I'm sat here now without seeing the article or anything like that, I don't understand how NXT and TNA doing a show called Invasion. This is WWE's developmental. TNA is, you know, a wrestling promotion that gets a couple of 100,000 views. Like, They're doing a little show in, I mean, I think, is it at the, I don't even know where it is. Is it at the PC? I don't even know where it's being held. I mean, it's a normal Tuesday NXT. So it's what, at the Performance Center in front of a couple of hundred people? It's a show that's called Invasion. I mean, I don't know. If you did a play on October 7th on Broadway called Invasion, I'm guessing Israel would have a problem with that as well, would they? Like, I don't really get this. I don't really understand this story. Perhaps people are going to tell me that I'm missing something here. But to me, what the hell has that got to do with Israel? Like, are we not allowed to use the word invasion on that date? So what we're saying is that globally we can't use the word invasion, otherwise we're going to upset Israel. Does anyone else find this bonkers, or is it just me? Like, if there was a theme on the show that was connected to Israel and Gaza, if there was anything on there that felt like it was connected to Israel and Gaza, I would be like, yeah, no, that's in bad taste. That's in bad taste, you know? But this is a wrestling show that's got absolutely nothing to do with that. And we're using a word that's... Does anyone else find this insane? Is this just me? Am I losing my mind? Perhaps it's just me. So we can't do anything on that day using the word invasion. No one anywhere can... No TV shows, no theatre productions... We just, that word is banned. Yeah? And, I mean, does it extend to other words? Are there other words that we're not allowed to use now? Like, I don't know, who's made these rules? Who's come up with these rules? Because someone needs to explain these rules to me. Because I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to offend anyone. Well, I don't want to, I don't want Israel coming after me. Blimey now, so, I need to make sure I'm staying on the right side. So let's jot them down, shall we? So on October 7th, we're not allowed to use the word invasion because we might upset someone. And is there any other dates that we need to be aware of? Is there any other dates? Is there any other words that are banned? I mean, we need to get a list. We need to get a list together. We need to get it sent out so that everyone's on the same page. That seems like absolute nonsense to me. Maybe my perspective will change when I read the report. Perhaps there's something in there that does connect it to Israel and Gaza. And again, to be clear, if there was anything to do with this that felt like it was connected to Israel and Gaza, then I would probably change my opinion. And I would be like, yeah, no, this is, that's not right. But this, I don't get this. It's like, it's got absolutely nothing to do with them. They're sticking their nose into something that's not even remotely connected. And so, I don't know, who the hell are they anyway? To go around saying that they've got a problem with some completely unconnected shows. Honestly, it would make me want to do it more. Metal Mama said October 7th is my birthday. I think we can only say happy birthday Britney on that day. No, apparently Israel aren't fans of that. Sorry, buds. Oh, awkward. Someone in Israel has got a birthday on that day, so we're not allowed to wish you a happy birthday because it's actually offensive to the person in Israel. Listen, before anyone goes, oh, he's having a go at Israel, this isn't fair. That's because I'm being told Israel are the ones that have got the problem with this show. If it was the other way round and it was Palestine, I'd be saying the exact same thing, right? I ain't picking sides. I'm just saying this is dumb. It strikes me as dumb that we can't use that word, I saw someone say about Elimination Chamber. Elimination Chamber's interesting because Elimination Chamber obviously has or feels like it has a connection with the war, right? Second World War, Nazis, concentration camps. But that's not held on an anniversary of anything, right? All they do is in Germany, they actually change the name. They're not comfortable with calling it Elimination Chamber in Germany. So they changed the name. I actually don't know what they changed it to. I think it might be like, is it No Way Out they call it instead? but they changed the name in Germany. But that's, you know, you could hold that show at any time in the year, and, you know, the Germans wouldn't feel comfortable with it because of what happened in World War II, and so the name gets changed. I actually don't know if they still do that. They did used to do that. But again, you know, it's one of those where they might have changed their mind. They might have gone, you know what, we don't need to do that anymore. That'll be good to look, actually. Let's have a look. Elimination Chamber, Germany. The Elimination Chamber is known as No Escape in Germany, for fear that Elimination Chamber will remind people of the concentration camps. So they were calling it No Escape. To be honest with you, though, that was before the pandemic. And that was, you know, that was... Well, look at this. That apparently was Pro Wrestling feed from March 1st. So No Escape is apparently how they're saying it. I don't know if that is a made-up graphic or not. I don't know if that's a made-up graphic. But they said that that was earlier this year. In Germany, WWE Elimination Chamber is called No Escape. That was March 1st this year. On Facebook, there's another graphic there. But again, I don't know if that's a graphic WWE make or a graphic that they've made, but that's nothing to do with an anniversary or anything like that. Germany would just change that, and they just don't feel comfortable with it. And that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. Right, lovely. No Escape isn't much better, says Metal Mama. No, but I suppose that is a little bit less specific. I feel like an Elimination Chamber is a little more specific, isn't it? Whereas if you change it to No Escape, I mean, that can apply to lots of things, you know? Let him in said, is it them who have a problem with invasion being used, or is it others? Because people in the midst of war have got important things to think about, says Let him in. Well, I don't know, to be honest. Again, I've not read the reports, but yeah, I think that it's very petty at the time of sitting here. So, yeah, for me, that's not, I don't know. If I was WWE, I would not be even thinking about that. I mean, there's so many, as I said, I mean, are there other words? Are there other dates that you'd have to take into consideration? And even if you do change the name or change the dates, I mean, I don't know. Do you then have Russia being upset with you because you've changed invasion to the date that they invaded the Ukraine? Or maybe Ukraine will be upset with you because you've changed to the date where Russia invaded them, you know? But actually, I mean, there's quite a lot of wars and conflicts that are going on. There's major ones that we hear about, but there's the minor ones as well, right? There's lots of squabbles happening around the world. Like, I just think it's bonkers. If it's not directly related, it's really got nothing to do with them. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I am pretty shocked and stunned by that report. That Israel would even notice, would even acknowledge. I don't know. Is it a person in Israel? Is it a wrestling viewer in Israel that's upset about it? Perhaps it's that. Perhaps there's someone in Israel that's like, oh, this is not on, because that was the date we got invaded. And so they've complained about it, and then the story has blown up. It's like, well, it's nothing. This show has got nothing to do with what happened to you. It's not connected. Like, don't worry about it. Like, it's got nothing to do with what happened. So that's my take on it. Right, Letterman said it's probably people that are taking offense for the goods or those suffering. Do you know, it's funny actually, because I saw a video just last night on that. There was a little YouTube short, you know, and there was a guy that was dressed up in like this traditional Mexican, you know, like the fake mustache, the sombrero, the I don't know what the thing's called that they wear. Poncho. Is it a poncho? You know, the kind of the thing you might get from Spirit, you know, for Halloween, that kind of Mexican thing, right? And the guy went up to a load of people in Mexico and he was like, do you find this offensive? And there was loads of tourists, people that were visiting. I think you could hear they had American accents. They were like, that's terrible. You shouldn't be wearing that. Like, that's really bad. Like, that's really offensive. And then he went up to the Mexicans and they were like, mate, that's hilarious. And they had no issue with it. And the point he was trying to make was exactly what you just said there. Like, there's people that are trying to, what they think is do the right thing. But it seems like actually the people they think are being offended are not being offended. Or seemingly, I mean, obviously he could have edited it, of course, you know. It could be that there were some Mexicans that were offended. But I can only speak for myself where, you know, if someone was to come over and dress... I think if you was to come over and dress in an offensive way, so if you came over to England and you dressed up as one of the Queen's guards and you kind of walked around as like, you know, with the red jacket and the bear skin hat and, you know, you kind of did all the Queen's Guard stuff, yeah, which is kind of a symbol of London. Great, hilarious, love it. I don't see that as offensive. I don't feel like you're taking the mick. I mean, obviously, if you came over and you had a fake beer belly, right, and you had idiot written on your head, right, and you was like, you know, taking the mick, then, of course, well, that's different, isn't it? I mean, you are trying to cause offence then. So, yeah, I saw that little short last night. I was like, yeah, that is kind of interesting. It does sort of feel like the world has kind of gone a little bit that way, where we're so desperate to do what is right and we're so desperate to not offend, which is a good thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not down on that. But we're so desperate to, like, you know, just please everyone. I mean, there's no pleasing everyone. You can't please everyone, right? You're always going to offend someone. Me saying this right now is going to offend someone, right? So I sort of feel like you just got to do the best you can, really. Just be the best you can, be the best person you can with good, honest intentions. You know, don't go out of your way to offend anyone, and, you know, just try and live your life that way, and I think it'll work out pretty well in the end. So yeah, for me, like, I do agree that there's times where it can kind of lose its way a little bit, but hey ho, that's straying into politics a little bit now, isn't it? Just a little bit, just a little stray into politics. We'll back away, don't worry, we know our role. Miss Dell Jr. said, are you excited for UFC 320? Also, how long does it take to do notes or boxing fighter info? I know how hard you work for the UFC ones. I'm not massively excited for it. I would be lying if I was to say I was excited. I don't really get excited until I start really digging into my research. I mean, the top end of the cards I will look at and go, that's interesting, you know? But looking at the top end of the card, to be honest with you, there's not a great deal there that for me personally, I'm like, oh, I want to see that fight. Yeah, that's going to be really good. Like, as I had a glance at the card, I was kind of like, looks solid. It's not one that's going to, you know, blow my mind. It's not one that's like, you know, I can't wait to see Aspinall fight, for example. Tom Aspinall being heavyweight champion. I think he's taking on Cyril Gane. That's a fight I've wanted to see for a long time. And that fight is genuinely going to be one that if I see it written down, I'm like, let's go, you know. This one, I didn't massively see anything that jumped out as like a fight I really wanted to see. But that's okay, because I've had that many times in the past. I've had it many times in the past where I look at a card and go, oh, it looks fine, looks solid. And then it turns out to be really good. I think I start getting more excited the more I dig into kind of the styles of the fighters. and then start to see, well, actually, no, we've got a bit of a striker-striker matchup here. And actually, they're both undefeated in the last 5. Both are kind of climbing up the rankings. Actually, this could be a little tastier than I thought at first glance. And that's where I can start to find my way into fights, you know. Is it striker-striker? Is it striker-grappler? What's the win rate? If someone's lost the last 4, chances are if they lose this one, they're probably out of the UFC. And at first glance, I might not know that. So after doing research, all of a sudden, then I can get into that fight because it's like, okay, this matters because this person has got to win. So as I do my research, it kind of builds up my excitement for the event, and I can find the story, and I can find the angle, I can find the intrigue, I can find something. It might be that someone has knocked out his opponents in the last 4 and has said he's definitely going to knock this person out. Well, the fight might not be the most interesting, but the story becomes canny. Can he knock the person out in this fight? And that will be something I will then look out for, of course, and something we will talk about. Going into this is the story. He's looking to try and knock this person out. He's knocked out the last 4, blah, 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 blah. So for me, that gets me into a fight. Undefeated streaks get me into a fight. One more win and they should be fighting for the belt can get me into the fight. Anything that's going to make the matchups matter, anything that's going to give me a way in, that's what I find in my research. That will take me all of Thursday night. So Thursday night I will finish the Wrestling Escape pod probably about 2 in the morning. Then hopefully before then I've already got the folders ready for Unseen, so it'll just be a case of putting in anything that I've not got to. Put them in the folders, the stuff that needs to go into the folders, and then I would record Unseen, get it uploaded, probably be done by about 5. I reckon I'll be doing research from 5 till lunchtime Friday. Probably takes 7 hours. About 7 hours, yeah. It does take a little longer than that, but I've done so many fights. I've got so many notes on fighters already. A lot of the info I can just move over. So actually, I've already got a good foundation already. If I had to start from complete scratch, I don't know, double it. But I mean, I've got notes already on a lot of the fighters. So it'll be a case of going back, watching the old fights, checking out some other previews. I like to see what Dan Hardy is saying. I like to see what Weasel is saying. There's a few people I like to go and check on and see kind of where their thoughts are. Have a look at some fights myself. I only tend to watch the fights where I really do struggle to know the style, or if it's someone I'm not familiar with. But I mean, yeah, it takes time. It really does take time. And I need those notes because we're not having UFC conversation week in, week out. With these streams, I can turn them on and let's go. I mean, it's all up here because obviously I watch wrestling all the time. But with UFC, I mean, we can go, a good month since our last show. So, yeah, I definitely need to spend that time getting ready. So we will be ready for UFC 320. I think it should be good because obviously it's this month's pay-per-view. So, it's obviously going to be a big show. It's obviously going to be a big deal. And, championships being defended, and we'll find those stories. And, honestly, I'm not down on it. I'm looking forward to it. But actually, I'm looking forward to it because it's great to interact with the UFC community again. Actually, I don't like being away from the UFC community too long. I feel like I really underserve that community. But my priority is pro wrestling. And I made that call a few years ago. So, Big Time said, Daze, in surprising circumstances, NXT No Mercy did 8.18 rating with 71 votes. On Cage Match. It was a good show, but I didn't expect it to be that level. Cage Match is a critical platform. Yeah, I mean, we are seeing that drop, though, aren't we? I mean, it was at 8.4 something after 30 odd votes. So now after 70 votes, it's gone down to 8.1. So I would put good money that that will go into the sevens. But to be honest with you, I mean, for me, even high-end sevens, I can't really fathom. If that's going to settle at like 7.2, 7.3, I can vibe with that. I'm not down on that. But yeah, I think it's way too high at the moment. But I wonder if a lot of NXT fans that really enjoyed the title change, really enjoyed the cage match went on. I mean, I think we can all agree anyone giving that thing like a 9 or a 10 is, you know, being a bit disingenuous. I mean, I would love to hear an explanation as to how that show was 10 out of 10, how it was absolutely perfect and couldn't be beaten, you know? I just don't see how you could give it that score. But I'm trying to get on Cage Match, actually. It won't let me on at the moment. Win, loss, record, Cage Match. Can I go that way, maybe? Ah, yeah. Let's have a look. I mean, I'm pleased that WWE is getting good scores, but I would prefer it to be a little bit more honest. But, you know, 8.1 is... It's above what I would say, but listen, my opinion is not the opinion, is it? You know, my opinion actually might be more on the lower end of the scale. So perhaps this is the high end of the scale, and perhaps, you know, a fair answer is 7.5. Perhaps that would be fair, right? But for me, there was just I wasn't like there was nothing in Javon Josh that I thought was better than Javon Sammy. I thought the main event was okay, but a little flat. It was only really the title change that really made it. A lot of people said they found, or in our community, found the finish to be a bit underwhelming, like using some DDTs to try and get past Oba, a little bit underwhelming. And so, you know, I can put a case together as to why a 9 is bonkers. And that's not, you know, the Ethan match was just a TV match, really. Ethan against Tavian. It's kind of TV worthy. There was some people really down on the mystery person ruining like the JC Lola match. Well, I was okay with that. I thought the JC Lola match was not bad, honestly. I didn't think it was mind-blowing, but I thought it was fine. Cage match, I thought was good. I thought the finish was a bit underwhelming. I can just find these little faults with pretty much every match. I don't think any match was perfect. Yeah, if you look at the breakdown, so I've got it here. I mean, 14 people out of the 71 said it was 10 out of 10. I just think that's disingenuous. I'd love to speak to those 14 people and have them explain to me how this was a 10 out of 10 show, how it was perfect, could not be any better, could not be improved upon. Because, I mean, you've only got to point to that match there that got 6.3 out of 10. And you go, you're telling me that can't be improved upon? Or the miscommunication that was in that match, which hasn't been scored, and, you know, went 4 minutes 48, but, you know, that was clunky. That was clunky. That got 6.3 and probably is about right. And really, like, main event 7.7, the match before 7.3. I mean, in my mind, if that's going to get 10, every match here better be scoring like 8.5 or above, you know? But, I mean, we've got one match that gets 6.3. If that was scored, it would probably be 6 point something as well. 7 point something is good. That's good. I would say it's not great. I would say if you're getting 7 point something out of 10, that's really good. And that's a nice place to be. You have not let the side down. You haven't delivered a classic. You haven't delivered an all-time classic. You haven't delivered a match we're going to remember forever. How do you score 10? How do you do that? So I think part of the problem is when you are dealing with like just 71 votes, the people that are NXT fanboys and girls that are going to get carried away and are maybe not going to be honest about the show because they are being a bit tribalistic, maybe wanting to show that this can rival AEW, or who knows their motivations. But I do look at that and go, doesn't really feel genuine to me. I don't even think the 9s are genuine. I don't even know how you watch this show and give it a 9, right? 8s I can go with. If people think this did enough to get to an 8.25, and so they want to go for that, I can go with that. I struggle with those two. If I was to take those two away, I'm taking away 30 votes out of the 71. So this is where it's hard to use Cage Match for the weekly shows. I like to use them for PLEs. I know this was like a PLE, but it was an NXT PLE, which means it's got pretty low feedback. If we look at WrestlePalooza, for example, right? It's been really slow. I don't know why it's been so slow. But if we look at WrestlePalooza, we can have a look and see how that was rated. And that should have a lot more votes. Should be a little more accurate. That should, we should hopefully triple the amount of votes, which should hopefully give us a bit of a better read. But I don't know. I'm having a bit of trouble with it. It's not loading. It's being really sluggish and slow. So, yeah, I honestly, 71 votes, I'd take it with a pinch of salt. I disagree with this top end here. If it settles in the 7.5, okay, that's fine. I can see that there's maybe enough there to warrant that score. I mean, that got 7.8, that got 7.7, 7.3 is around that mark, that got an 8, and you got the title change. Bit of a so-so match, doesn't drag the score down too much. Bit of a so-so match, maybe doesn't drag the score down too much. As a result, in the 7s, okay. I wasn't as crazy about it as that, but okay. But yeah, no, not that. That to me is no. That is why Cage Match is not used by people. Whenever you say Cage Match, people sort of roll their eyes, right? Whenever I say Cage Match, people are like, oh, and it's because of that, really. It's because there is tribalism, and unless you get to a decent amount of votes where you've got a good sample size, you do kind of have these scores that just look a little bit maybe not quite accurate. So yeah, anyway. I don't know about you. I watched the streams to catch up for highlights of the product, but the product's a bit right now, said Mercedes. Oh, really? You don't like it at the moment? Raw and SmackDown have been pretty good, actually, recently, with AJ coming back and Sammy doing his open challenge. I think Asuka and her turn has been really interesting. I think there's a fair few things that have been quite good, actually, recently. Not perfect. We've had our complaints about the vision, and obviously, films have got in the way, which is a problem that I think is going to get worse, actually. That is something which we've not had much of a conversation about how films are going to impact WWE, because it seems like WWE stars are getting more opportunity now in Hollywood. And not even after their careers, during their careers. Roman doing Street Fighter and Cody doing Street Fighter. Liv, of course, went away not long ago to do a film over in Japan. And, there's all these like little cameos that wrestlers are starting to get now, but not after their careers, during their careers. And so, of course, there's going to be disruption. And of course, it's going to take them away. And is that at the moment, I would say not a problem, but could it become a bit of a problem? I suppose it depends how much is kind of going on, So, like, for me, I think we have kind of suffered not having a couple of people around recently, but I think there's also been a lot of really intriguing stuff like Bayley and Asuka and, Sammy's open challenge. I think there's been AJ return, although AJ obviously since WrestlePalooza has kind of gone into hibernation. So, I think there is some good stuff going on. I don't think this is the weakest part of 2025. I think we've been down. I think we've kind of found a way forwards. And we've got a bit of hope in the air. It's fragile. There's green shoots, but they haven't grown very far. And they could easily be trampled on, but I think there are some green shoots that have shown themselves. Benny said, does WWE not hold an event on July 4th in the UK due to the Independence War? Well, Benny, I'll be all over that if they do. I'll very quickly send an email. I'll very quickly get in touch with Sky and see if they will report on how upset I am. Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those. Maybe I'll feel different when I read that report. Perhaps there will be more of a connection with Israel and Gaza that will, change my opinion. But initial reaction, first reaction, I don't see the link apart from a words that, just is a very weak connection, They got invaded, but that means you can't use that word on that day, whatever again. They got invaded, didn't they say 2 years ago? So does that mean that you can't use it next year or the year after, or when does that run out? Who do you have to check with for the rules on that? I don't want to go back over it again, but I do think it's pretty crazy. Big Time said, the weekly show for Cage Match are a bit more realistic. If you look at SmackDown in 2025, there's lots of 4s and 5s. NXT is 6 and 7s, and Raw is around 6. AEW is awful. Everything is just 9s and 10s. Well, my rule is that unless it gets to a certain level, I don't think there's enough feedback. When it comes to feedback, right, I'll tell you a little story. On packages that say 9 out of 10 dentists approve this toothpaste, right? Or 8 out of 10 cats prefer our product to our rivals, right? You might have seen those kinds of things. And actually, if you read the small print on some of those, they will tell you how big the sample size was. Right? You can actually find information out as to how big the sample size was. So when they say 9 out of 10 dentists prefer our toothpaste, they obviously have not asked every dentist in the world. That's not, it would be possible, but they've not done that level of work, right? So when they say a statement like that and they print it on the packaging, how many dentists do you think they actually went and spoke to? And you would be really surprised at how low that number actually is. It varies. There is no set number. But, I have seen companies print that on their packaging, major companies, promoting the fact that 8 out of 10 cats love our cat food, 9 out of 10 dent, and they've asked 200 people. Or they've checked with a couple of hundred pets. Which, when you think about that they are selling to countries of 300 odd million people in America and 60 million people in the UK, the fact they've checked with 20 dentists or 200 dentists or it is actually a shockingly low number a lot of the time, right? And the reason why I mention that is because I don't think you need to have thousands and thousands and thousands of responses to get an accurate picture. I think that you can actually get to a certain point where you get a big enough sample size that gives you a good idea of what the wider fan base would say, right? So I can kind of reinforce that with this channel, because whenever we do polls, if we get to a good 200 odd results, you just don't really see any movement in the poll. If you've been with us during those UFC shows, you'll see that I quite often go back to the poll and it largely stays the same. We really don't see it twisting and turning and swinging back and forth. You might go from person A is going to win by 51%, check back half an hour later after a few hundred more votes. Person one's going to win by 53%. Do you know what I mean? It moves a few percent, but it's not like it's going over here and then over there and then over here. It's not like these big drastic swings. So for me, I don't look for feedback that has to be 100,000 or 200,000. If you get that, brilliant, because that's going to be more accurate, of course, right? The more people you get answering, the better the results are going to be. But if I look at cage match and I see that there's a good couple of hundred people that have voted, I feel like I can have a degree of confidence that that is going to be accurate to the wider fan base. And I'm basing that on the fact that there are companies that will use that technique of saying they asked a couple of hundred dentists, and that's good enough to put it on the front of their packaging, right? And also from our streams, where I will look at the feedback we get after we get a few hundred votes, say 250, something like that. If once we get to 250, I would not expect that result to swing a great deal. Maybe 5% that way or that way, you know? But not 20%. Not like these great swaves and these great changes. Because if you've asked like 250 people, you should have a percentage of kids, a percentage of women, a percentage of white people, black people, Asian people. Like, you know, you should have a little bit of a mixture in there of all these different perspectives. Because, you know, guys are going to view things differently to girls sometimes. Kids are going to view things differently to older people. And, you know, everyone in between. And so you need to try and get as many of those perspectives as possible to kind of get a snapshot of the wider fan base. I just think that unless you're getting to a certain number on cage match, I can't have the confidence that it's got the variety. I can't look at the score and say that's accurate because it's in line with what I think, you know? Because, I mean, look, my opinion is my opinion, but my opinion is not flipping set in stone, as you lot know. My opinion is my opinion, but it's not the correct answer. It's an opinion, yeah? Just like how your opinions are opinions. So I couldn't look at cage match and see us get feedback of 20, 30, 40, 50 and have confidence that that was enough. Like, I really look for a couple of hundred ideally. I mean, 250 would be great. Anything above that, brilliant. I think Manias get like 400. I feel good about those results. I feel like that's accurate. I feel like that's good. Some people will look at it and scoff and be like, 400. They only got 400 feedbacks. I'm not using that as any kind of guide. But I think a little differently because of the reasons I just explained. But equally, that's why when I see 30 results, 40 results, that I can't have much confidence in that because, well, straight away, you know, the people that have that are diehard NXT, they might have jumped on and voted. They might equate for a quarter of those votes. If you got 10 people that are diehard NXT that have jumped on and voted 10 out of 10, and then you've got some more people that have voted, I don't think you have got enough people to kind of lower that NXT bias down, if you know what I'm saying. So I know I'm going into detail, but this is why, like, I get the cage match problem, and I understand why people don't have confidence in it. I understand why it's not something that you see being used all that regular, and I will be amongst the first to look at how many feedbacks we've received on, you know, before I talk about it. Sometimes what I like to do, just really not really as a statement, more as a talking point, is if it's the day after a show, like if it's the day after WrestleMania and we've had, I don't know, 30 responses, I'll put a screenshot up on X and I'll be like, this is where cage match is right now, early doors. How'd you feel about it? I'm not saying that's the final score. I'm just saying this is where it is right now. What do you think? Right? I think that eventually it will settle down and it will change. I mean, at this point, at 70, I'd expect still great swings. I mean, we've already seen it drop by 0.3 after receiving 40 votes. Does that mean it drops another 0.3 with another 40 votes? So as soon as it gets to 110, does it go down to 7.8? You know, there'll come a point where you get 250 votes, it won't move as much. So I think whilst we're still seeing movement, whilst it's still not at a certain level, it's hard to have much confidence in it. That's kind of how I use cage match and how I feel about cage match. I love it as a source and I wish it was used more. because really it's the best of what we've got to get an accurate idea of what people are thinking. I mean, genuinely, we get more feedback than Cage Match. But I don't have the ability to run a site like Cage Match. I mean, that would take all your time, wouldn't it? So the work they do is fantastic. I wish more wrestling fans used it and gave their honest thoughts, and that it was a much stronger database, you know. Right, that's Cage Match boxed off. Right, David said CBS and Paramount Plus have signed a TV streaming deal with Zuffa Boxing. It's a new organization founded by TKO, Dana White, and Sheik Turkey. The deal is going to start in 2026. David, thank you, my friend. Joe said, what's up, handsome? I'm doing good, thank you. Joe, I hope you're well, buds. Hope you've had a good day. And I like the handsome thing, that can stay. So, yeah, I hope you're doing well, my friends. Fazbear said, let's go, Dominic. Also, hi, Daze. The videos rock. Well, thank you, Fazbear. Appreciate it, buds. Yeah, I think there's been some good unseens recently, and I'm not saying that because I think I did anything good. I just think unseen is good depending on what's in it, right? I mean, I just talk about what's in there and present what's in there. I'm a bit of a slave to what's in there. So, you know, I think I thought yesterday's was a little quiet. We got 20 minutes out of it, but there was a couple of things I really liked in there. The WrestleMania 1 fan footage, genuinely, I thought was... I mean, when do you see footage from WrestleMania 1 that you've never seen before? That's probably the way to think about what I saw, was, you know, someone actually filming WrestleMania 1 from the crowds. I mean, they must have had, that was 85, so it wasn't a smartphone. It would have been a chunky video camera, actually. I don't know how they would have got it in. But I never knew such footage existed. But they must have had like a bit of a chunky video camera in 1985, and they were filming in the crowds, and it was all like a different angle, a different perspective of no commentary, of course, and you could hear the crowd a bit more, and you could feel the atmosphere a bit more, and occasionally they would cut to the crowd, and you could see the fans and what they were wearing and what they were, you know, how they were reacting, and you were seeing some shots from inside that building. You were seeing some crowd shots that we've never seen. And that is WrestleMania 1, arguably the most important wrestling show in the history of pro wrestling. So, you know, I think for me, that was something that was quite special, that I was like, that's really cool. I thought that was really, really cool. And, you know, there's some fun bits and a bit of news. And obviously we know about the Wyatts. They're going to make their presence felt in AAA. So, you know, there was bits. But, yeah, sometimes there's some good stuff. Sometimes there's some, you know, it's a bit quieter. But actually I think it was Friday, Saturday, kind of felt like there was some juicy rumours and news and bits that were kind of floating around. So, yeah, I was kind of into Unseen the past few days. I don't think there's tons today. There's a few little bits and bobs. Obviously, the big talking point today is Idris Enofe has left. I don't know if you heard that news, but Idris Enofe has left WWE. And as well as that, we found out who PJ Vassar is going to be. It is actually going to be a LFG talent. Penina Tulipa. If you watch LFG, you might be aware of her. I do not watch LFG. So Penina Tulipa is the name of the person. She is going to be PJ Vassar. So that was kind of interesting to find that out. To find out that she is going to be that person, because we were wondering who that was. So a couple of bits like that today, but by and large fairly quiet. But I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos, buds, and also sending a gift in membership, so appreciate that, my friends. Nightmares Adventures said, good day. Hope all is well. Nightmares, Adventures, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support and shout out to you. I hope you've had a good day also. I hope everyone's had a good day today, as we are just 8 minutes away from going over to the start of this week's show. Connor said, I'm hoping and praying that England can win the 2026 World Cup. We all are. Do we think tonight we might see the hugger side of Bayley again, where she hugs the commentary team? If she wins tonight, we might see the dark side of Bayley again. Well, I'm sure we'll see both sides of Bayley. They want to try and present both sides, don't they? So I think there's a good chance we will see the light and the dark. James, hello, said, heard the other day that Hogan was buried face up because even in death, he couldn't put anyone over with having his shoulders down. Hogan said, Grim Reaper, that doesn't work for me, brother. James, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Hogan, actually, because there was all that autopsy stuff, wasn't there? There was all that stuff about Hogan and how he had, like, some surgery and they might have accidentally cut a nerve or something. And so it could be a case that, you know, there was medical malpractice, which is kind of interesting, thinking that he died an unnecessary death or unnecessarily early, because of some procedure that went wrong. So I haven't heard the latest on that, actually. Be very interesting to see what kind of comes out of that. That's a story which has, I don't want to say gone under the radar a little bit, but it might have done, actually. Might have just gone under the radar a little bit. So, we'll have to see what comes of that. How long we got? We got 6 minutes. All right, let's go. No. Had some talking. It was Netflix. Right, Daze, start time, 7 Eastern tonight. Did I make it in time? You did make it in time, yes. LS Dub, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. I added you to the thing. Same with Dormouse as well. So you are represented. I managed to find some time yesterday to get that sorted. And I'm pleased it's back, actually. I think it's something which needed to come back. And it's the right way to honour those in the Hall of Fame, but also a great way to just advertise kind of, what we're going to be doing and what it is we do on the channel as well. Okay, Mike said, I just got home from Amsterdam. Oh, look at you, eh? Hey? Going over, meeting with some ladies under some red lights, yeah? Catching up with some dealers that might have a few sugary treats. Basically, I'm saying prostitution and drugs. That's what I think when I think of Amsterdam. That's all Amsterdam is. Prostitutes and drugs. That's literally the only reason why anyone should need to go to Amsterdam. I'm hoping to go next year. William said, did you see the AAA main event match from this weekend? Dragon Lee Vikingo versus El Grande. It was great, says William. No, it's not part of my regular viewing, to be honest, buds. I don't have an issue with AAA, but I honestly don't even know where you watch it in the UK. I don't even know if you can watch it in the UK. So it's not part of my regular viewing. I think if they can make it easier to watch in the UK and they can make it feel unmissable, like, you need to be tuning into this thing, then, it could get onto my radar. But I saw highlights. I saw Dragon Lee's kind of dive to the outside. We were looking at that in Unseen, kind of a big crazy spot. But no, not part of my regular viewing, but hope you enjoyed it. I am watching the first Survivor Series tonight after Raw, said Alex. So if I'm not entertained tonight during Raw, at least I will be entertained after, said Alex. Corey said, what do you know about the red light district? I just know it exists, but I've never been to Amsterdam. So, it's not something that I've got any skeletons on. But I know it exists, and I know that it's one of the reasons why people go to Amsterdam. And again, it's not the only reason. There are drugs as well. So I'm not sure which of the two is why Mike went there. It definitely is either one or the other. There is no other reason. So only Mike can tell us why he went. But yeah, look, I'm not down on it. You know, it's kind of Europe's Vice City. You know, you guys have got Las Vegas. Yeah, it's where there's a lot of showgirls. Yeah, it's where there's a lot of people that can find you things. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm talking sex and drugs again, to be honest. I'm talking sex and drugs. Well, Europe has got that, and it's called Amsterdam. Jesse said, can you get a devil's kiss in Amsterdam? You can get anything you want for the right money, mate. I'm not even lying. I think you can get anything you want. I'm not sure there is anything that money can't buy in Amsterdam. So just saying, if you are thinking of having a wild time, that is quite the place to visit. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, I've been thinking of going to Amsterdam. Oh, Wrestle Andy, shout out to you. I think you'd do great, buds, honestly. He didn't say that. He said, I've been thinking, and I would say that Dominic is perfect to retire Cena. He's young, and he's proved that the moment wouldn't be wasted on him. Well, I don't mind Dominic, but I mean, I don't mind Gunther either. I think that Gunther is, you know, on the verge of being a WWE champion. I think Gunther's on the verge of main event in night 2 of WrestleMania. Probably got to do night 1 first. I'm not saying it's going to be this year, but it could be. I mean, if we did Cody versus Gunther for the WWE championship and it had a really good builds, you know, maybe Brandy getting involved and, you know, Gunther laying out Cody's good friends, murking Jay, murking Randy Orton, making it real personal. You know, you could do that match. I mean, I feel like WrestleMania now feels like the main event has got to be just the biggest things ever, yeah? I feel like, if you remember back in the day, like, WrestleMania main events were huge. They've always been huge, but equally you could get away with, like, I mean, don't forget WrestleMania 30 was going to be Batista versus Randy Orton, and the crowd weren't that crazy about Batista coming back. And that was a Mania main event for WrestleMania 30. We had The Miz in the main event of 27. And now, granted, people look back on that and go, that wasn't a great idea. But the point I'm making is that you could do Cody Gunther and have Gunther win and mark this as the arrival of a massive new star. So I feel like Gunther he's been a 2-time world heavyweight champion. You could absolutely make him a 3-time heavyweight champion. But equally, you could easily move him over to that other championship. I would argue the bigger championship. And you could absolutely go in that direction. So, yeah, for me, Dominic, no problem if it turns out to be Dominic. I don't know what the quality of the match would be like. Dominic's singles matches don't tend to blow my mind. Maybe because of John being his last match, the emotion, perhaps we could find a way of making it the best Dominic match we've ever seen. But I think I'd feel a bit more confident that that match would be a 5-star classic if it was Gunther in there rather than Dominic in there. And I think we would all like that final match to be an absolute banger, you know. So I don't mind if it's Dominic, but if I had to vote, I think I'd be voting Gunther. Just more confidence that it would be a banger. Okay, we're backstage with the Usos. The coverage has now begun. Big Time said, Bully Ray said on Busted Open, Jasmine Nix was from Next in Line. That burning passion to hustle and grind is not the same as an indie wrestler understanding the business who eats, sleeps and breathes WWE. Honestly, I think if you're going to listen to Bully Ray, I think you're off to a bit of a losing start. I think that a lot of his takes on Busted Open I find myself disagreeing with. I think he's a great wrestler. I think he's a legend. I think Dudley Boyz are one of the greatest tag teams. I think even as a singles guy over in TNA, he did amazing stuff. Some of his takes, some of his thoughts are just really. I don't know where they come from, to be honest. There was one the other day that I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what he said now. If I can find it, I'll tell you. Because I remember people were like, what is he on about? I mean, what I would say about Next in Line is, yeah, those people did not grow up wanting to be wrestlers. But that doesn't mean that you can't fall in love with the business when you come into the business. You know, I think, didn't Bianca Belair come from CrossFit? Bianca Belair was like a next in line recruit. She didn't grow up watching wrestling or care about wrestling, but she's absolutely fallen in love with it now that she does it. So to me, like, I look at like someone like Bianca, and I mean, I just see someone that's really into it, really passionate. I think to label everyone as like coming from next in line as not having heart, not having passion, not caring as much is just lazy. I think it's really lazy. I don't think you can paint everyone with the same brush. It's lazy. I wish I could find this flipping comment he made the other day, because I almost put it in unseen, but I was like, there's no point. There's one here, look. Bully Ray believes fans would like to see Vince McMahon make an appearance at John Cena's final match, right? And this person's like, someone needs to tell Bully Ray to shut the F up. I mean, that wasn't the one I was thinking of. And to be honest, there might be some fans that would want to see that. But I don't think you can paint a picture that all fans want to see that, right? I mean, there's obviously the allegations, very serious allegations. I think that sometimes we're painting with really broad brushstrokes. And I don't think that's necessarily a wise thing to do. That wasn't the one I was thinking of, though. That one actually isn't. That probably doesn't even make the top 50 stupid things he said. Right, here is Rhea. Great wrestler, though. I don't want to knock him as a wrestler. He was a great wrestler. Okay, Rhea Ripley is making her way down. I'm not going to find it, am I? Okay. Let's change this over. Da-na-na-na. Daze, I hate what Vince did, but I am grateful for him creating WWE. Well, he is very influential, and it is true that he, you know, made a massive difference. WWE was already in existence, though. I mean, WWE was around since the 60s. In the early 80s, Vince bought it off his dad. Now, he does change it. He does take it from being a territory into a global company. So, I mean, to say he had an impact would be an understatement, but I don't know that you can say he created it, because it was already in existence. You know, when we talk about Bruno Sammartino in the 60s and the 70s being a former WWE champion, Vince McMahon did not own, or the Vince we know didn't own the company then. In the 60s, he wasn't even working for them. He started working in the 70s as an interviewer and kind of doing announcing and stuff like that, just doing jobs, like running certain towns for his dad. It was his dad that owned it. So it's not quite right to say he created it, but he did massively expand it and change it when he got hold of it. But I think it's a leap to say that fans would want to see him at that show, that John Cena show. I think it's okay to say some fans. Here's Rhea then. Let's see what Rhea's got to say, because obviously she's upset with Asuka. Let's settle our differences in the ring like the warriors that I thought you were. What you did to Io crossed the line. This is what we're going to do. We're going to settle them in this ring. Kabuki Warriors. Come and get me. Okay, Io's coming out. Io's coming out. I'm not sure that was the strongest open from Rhea, to be honest. It was pretty basic stuff, like what you did to Io, that crossed the line. We settle stuff in the ring. Kabuki Warriors, come and get me. Here's a sad, glum-looking Io making her way down to the ring. Io in the ring. Christopher said, I didn't mean creating, I meant not cheating. Without Vince's money put in behind the brand, he did get us far. But I don't want him at Cena's last match, said Christopher. Well, look, we're kind of having a conversation I wasn't expecting to have. I think there will be some that would and some that wouldn't. It breaks my heart to say this. You were right about Asuka and Kairi. Okay. But they're my family. I still love them. Lights have gone. Okay, here's Asuka on the big screen. I taught you everything you know. I paved the way for you. I find looking at Kairi very interesting. Because Kairi looks very uncomfortable, doesn't she? Asuka's very certain about the direction they're going, but you can see Kairi isn't. I made you who you are. You became a champion because of me. And then you tried to forget about me. I'm willing to forgive you. Kairi says we can be a family again. That's what Kairi wants. She just wants everyone back together again. But for Rhea, it's too late. Io trying to get a bit emotional in the ring. Yeah, Rhea's not worried about that. I don't think Rhea was interested in being a friend of Asuka's. Io's obviously very conflicted. I do feel like this is a story, though. I mean, we've got people really having to make decisions. We've got people being conflicted. We haven't had loads of this year. She doesn't know quite what to do. We got a Rhea chant. I'm sorry. I need her time. She needs her time. I need her time. Io gets out the ring. She clutches her heart. Kabuki Warriors attack Rhea. Io has now got a decision to make. Does she go back? Does she help Rhea? Does she turn on her family? She's really conflicted. Kabuki Warriors attacking Rhea. Io comes down to the ring. I mean, she slips a little bit. I think she's going to grab Asuka. Yeah, she's pulling Asuka away. She's not, like, attacking Asuka. She's not hitting Asuka. And Kairi had an opportunity to attack Io from behind. Didn't take it. She ran round. And she's, like, pleading with Io. Look, she's down on her knees. Kairi just wants them to be all one family again. Io wants that, but missed! Missed by Asuka! Missed by Asuka! Mate, Asuka doesn't mess around. You're either with me or you're against me. And missed right in the face of Kairi. Now in the face of Io. Kairi, big shot to Rhea. Yeah, you could see that Kairi was like, do I help Io? Do I help Asuka? What the hell do I do? Kick coming in there by Asuka. God, there is so many moving parts here. It's really good, this story, because you can tell what everyone's, like, thinking. I mean, the two definites are Rhea and Asuka. They are polar opposites. And then in the middle, you've got Io and Kairi. They're the two that are kind of caught in the middle. Right now, Kabuki Warriors are just absolutely messing up Rhea here. Elbow is about to be delivered, and there's not much Io can do about it. So, Kairi is quite happy to work with Asuka, but I don't think she's looking to be a heel. She's certainly not happy about what's happened to Io there. Pretty good. Chaotic start to Raw. Mist. More mist. We're getting to the point, though, aren't we, where there's not going to be any turning back soon. We're getting to the point where, I mean, Io's just going to have to make the call that, you know, it's over. No, you can see Kairi's got her head in her hands. I mean, she's just not... She's not celebrating what has just happened. It does feel like we're building, of course, to Io and Rhea against the Kabuki Warriors. It does feel like that's the direction we're going. I think we're at commercial break, but we're just sticking with the action on Netflix. Kairi has got a towel around her eyes. She got Io really, really good, actually, but not as good as last week when she got Rhea. There's Rhea. She's still down. She just got absolutely smashed. What does a prostitute and the Attitude Era Triple H have in common? They both like to suck it, said James. James, thank you. James delivering a little bit of blue. Little bit of blue for the adults. A bit of blue humour. I mean, you'd be gutted, wouldn't you, if you got those two confused. Maybe some out there wouldn't. I would. If I went to the red light district and ended up sleeping with Triple H, I would be... Yeah, I think it would bother me. But I could talk to him about booking after. So that's a positive. Right now, we've got Io being led away. JB said, the story is quite funny. I'm not going to lie. It's got to end with Io eventually siding with Asuka, right? I don't know, actually. I think it ends with them having a match. I think it ends them having a match and EO probably winning and, you know, going off. I don't know that she is going to join up with Asuka because I think EO is actually equal to, if not now ahead of Asuka in the pecking order. Daze, that's got to be sane. I love that they had the women open the show, said Benny. Yep. It is always good to see the women getting opportunity. And to be honest, they've been the best thing on WWE in recent times. Okay, Rusev's coming out, which must mean that we're going to go to our Intercontinental Championship match. One was not expecting that so soon. So one is actually fairly surprised. So I'm the champ, says Rusev. Right, let's go down. Connor said, just get the match booked at Crown Jewel, Rhea EO against Asuka Kairi. Dominic's shout out to you. William, hello. AEW have got spots. They promote some wrestling in their matches. It's dangerous because people get hurt. William, hello. Hope you've had a good weekend, buds. Jeremy said you could cuddle and talk about booking. It's probably what I would do, buds. That's probably exactly what I would do. Okay, we're just seeing last week. Oh, look at that. You can now get a a Big Shots Paul Heyman. Blimey now. That's a bit specialist, isn't it? When I was a kid, I had Hogan and Big Boss Man that I used to wrestle with. I don't know that I particularly needed a Paul Heyman. That feels like quite a collector's item, actually. They're really expensive, you know. If you get the big retro size, which is, I think, what the old ones used to be, they're like £70. They're about £25 if you get the mini 7-inch like versions. But they are fun, though. They are fun, and they do have quite the range, actually, if ever you go on to Big Shots. But yeah, you can get 3 different sizes. I think that's 25, 50, 75. Probably be about the same in pounds and dollars. The UK does tend to get screwed by the conversion rate. But it's pretty fun, isn't it? It's pretty fun. Not seen that before. I'm putting that in the fun folder. Okay, here's Dominic. Here comes Dominic. Gold just looks right on the Judgment Day, says... wait. Jay said, I want that IC title off of Dominic. Get it off of Dominic right now. Okay. So we've been voting for a little while. We've had 733 votes. 57% of you think Dominic's going to get it. 43% think it'll be Rusev. So we're looking at 57-43. So it seems like the majority of you just are with Dominic retaining here, but it's far from guaranteed. 1-4. Okay, Alicia Taylor's back this week. Do you remember she was away for a week last week? Rusev. I have played Xbox all day, said Corey. Sonny is talking about the Discord. Yes, I popped in the Discord. It was really fun. I was late. I do apologise to anyone that was in there waiting. It slipped my mind, honestly. I'm going to go in again on Sunday, and I've set an alarm on my phone to remind me this time. So, yeah, there is a Discord. I was in there. It was really good. Sonny has got a link to the Discords. I think there's a link in the description to all the videos. I think, did I look last time and there wasn't one? No, there is. There is a link even in the description to this stream. So you can get into the Discord and be chatting away if you want. So when the stream ends, you can still carry on your conversations there. And there's some really good stuff that goes on in there. Had a great time, actually, yesterday. So big shout out to everyone that hangs out in there. Bella sounded, and we are underway. So we are underway with the action. Okay, so Dominic right now is throwing in some kicks, throwing in some shots. Big blow to the midsection there by Dirty Dom. We got a forearm strike as well. Dom going against the ropes. Collides into Rusev. Rusev straight in after Dirty Dom. He's looking to grab him, pick him up. Lovely throw as Dominic goes down. Rusev looking for a big suplex there by Rusev. And this is going the way it should go, actually. This is going the way it should go. It should be going with like a big beatdown here by Rusev. Dominic is backing over into the corner as Rusev grabs a hold of him. Big shot coming in as Dominic goes down. Are we going to get a new Intercontinental champ? It's probably not a good sign that the match is happening now. Dominic, drop kick. Rusev goes down to the outside the ring. So heel against heel. I think the crowd are probably more with Dominic than they are with Rusev, but that's hard to say, to be honest. Fall away slam there by Rusev. Dominic getting thrown onto that commentary table. Is hurled over the commentary table as we go to commercial break, but we're staying with the action as Rusev takes a look at that Intercontinental Championship. It's funny, actually, because the Intercontinental Championship is on a plinth. The AAA Championship is just lying on the side of the commentary table. Couldn't they have treated that with a little bit more respect? You've got the Intercontinental Championship on a plinth. I know that's the belt that's being defended, but the AAA Championship just lying on the side of the commentary table looks a bit rubbish. Looks a little bit disrespectful. Kick coming in there by Rusev. We got a Dirty Dom chant breaking out. Daze, I heard the ref talking to Dominic Mysterio. Do you want to continue? And Dirty Dom's reaction. Oh, did you? Are they being a bit loud? Dom going over the other side into the corner. I think we're still at commercial break. Kick coming in and shot coming in there by Dom. And again. Kick coming in there by Dominic. Clothesline there by Rusev. Boos for Rusev. Daze, have you heard the news on the 7th? We're not allowed to use the word that WWE... Curtis, I've heard, yes. James said, Daze, Women's ODI Cricket World Cup starts. England don't play till Friday. Oh, I didn't know that. Actually didn't know that, James, so appreciate that. I think the fact I didn't know probably means that I've not heard people talk about it, so I don't know what our chances are going to be like. I'm guessing probably not great. Rusev, slow, methodical, very much in control. Messiah Seth was a different breed, said Sneezes. Kick out there by Dominic. You've got my title. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Dirty Dom chants breaking out. Yeah, picking between these two. They're going to go Dom, aren't they? As we come back from commercial break. Those Dom chants have already stopped, actually, you know. That was weird. There was a Dirty Dom chant that just broke out, and then it just stopped. Dominic in the ring. They could make us think that Dom is going to win the match and do something. They could have Rusev win and return, get more eyes on tonight. Well, they could be swerving us. Yep, that is always a possibility. Okay, Rusev goes down. Next month, WrestleCrate has got a signed photo of Dominic. That's pretty cool. That's not one that I would be desperate for, but it might be one that actually is quite good in the long run. They had AJ last month, which I thought was very good. I'm going to have so much caffeine for Crown Jewel, said Jennifer. Yeah, it's early, isn't it? I think, doesn't Raw start at like 8 a.m. or something like that? Again, we got Dominic landing on his feet. Takedown. We got Rusev over against the ropes. What are your 3 favorite inventions? I don't know that I have favorite inventions. Is fire an invention? The wheel is an invention, isn't it? It's probably going to be stuff like that, that without them, we just... Electricity, you know? I mean, you can't say TV without electricity. Unless it's maybe solar powered or something. I don't know. But I kind of feel like you've probably got to go back to the basics, like the wheel and electricity and things along those lines. Drop kick there by Dominic. We got Rusev over against the ropes. Dominic going over the other side. 619 connects. Dominic coming back into this. Dominic going up top right now. Looking for a splash. No joy. We got Rusev back in the corner. Rusev looking to put Dominic away. We got a Mashka kick. Dominic down. 1, 2. Yeah, fair play to Dominic that he kicked out there. Fair play to Dominic. I mean, Dominic's just got smashed legitimately with a Mashka kick, and he's managed to survive. Rusev is fired up at the moment. Kick coming in there by Rusev is looking to put on the accolade. Dominic manages to run away. He's got out the ring. I think he's had enough. I think he's going to grab the titles. And he's going to look for a potential count out. But Rusev is not going to allow him that easy escape. So Dominic goes back into the ring right now. He's nailed Rusev with the title, but it didn't do anything. Okay, referee's like, no, you can't do that. Low blow there by Dominic. Roll up there by Dominic. 1, 2, 3. Dominic wins. Well, I'm really surprised they gave him the clean win, actually. Well, it wasn't clean, but, you know, it wasn't like he DQ'd or got count out He kind of low-blowed Rusev when the ref couldn't see, and he manages to get through a very, very tricky opponent. Yeah, outsmarting Rusev is how Wade Barrett has described it. But Dominic's already out of there, you know. Had high hopes that Ilya was going to make his presence felt here. But doesn't feel like... Okay. Well, there we go. Not going the way I was expecting. I expected Dominic to win. But, yeah, they had the finish a little bit different than I thought. And no sign of Ilya Dragunov. No sign of Ilya. Okay, we're backstage with LA Knight. Okay, here's the New Day. Okay, so LA Knight was talking about the World Championship. He wants New Day to leave. Mr. used to be a world champion, but ain't going to be a world champion again. Okay, so LA's like, why don't you put Mr. used to be a world champ in the ring and I'll drop him? So it looks like LA Knight against Kofi is the match we've got coming up. We're just seeing Cody Rhodes' bus. Okay. Right, let's get your scores in for that match. What did you think about that match? Benny said, you forgot the worldwide internet is showing the world that rhymes with torn as the best invention. It's a great invention. We got Judgment Day. Taker 1990 said, do we think Punk and Lee are going to show up tonight? I don't think so. They're not advertised, and I'm not sure quite where they would get involved. Don't know that we're even getting Seth or Becky. They're not advertised either, so... I'm leaning towards no. Dirty Dom assured me that he could handle Rusev by himself. You need to stop peddling all these conspiracy theories. We want to talk about Judgment Day business. The best invention is Wrestling Daze, said King Yeti. King Yeti, I hope you're well, buds. So, yeah, we do just have an interview at the moment. Yeah, when do you plan on defending your tag title? That's a very good question, that is, Byron. We're the WWE Tag Team Champions. So Finn is just saying, until someone can beat us, we're going to stay these tag team champs, but they're not defending those tag team champs, so no one's going to beat them. I've got Netflix. I'm just not watching because I'm working on a project and I just don't want to get bombarded by ads, said Enjo. Enjo, shout out to you, buds. Okay, we're going back to ringsides. Okay, let's end the poll. We should be getting our next match coming up very soon. So you lot were massively taken with that. It scored good 91. Good 91. Oh, Cody Rhodes with The Undertaker. Is he? Or were those two separate ones? I don't even know who's with Stephanie. Okay, Wade's excited. To go to Australia. Best versus best, champ versus champ. Are we going to go to the Cody Rhodes thing now? They're talking about Cody Rhodes, so I think we're going to go to the video package right now. So this is probably going to kill a little bit of time, to be honest. Right, Rassani said, do we think the aliens built the pyramids? No, I don't think so. I think it probably was people dragging stones and, you know, I mean, back then it didn't matter if, like, people died due to exhaustion. I mean, I don't think human rights was really a concern. So they could just do what needed to be done regardless of the amount of people that got killed. You know, by today's standards... And with how hard that work would have been, you kind of find it unfathomable. But back then, do you know what I mean? Just didn't matter, did it? Didn't matter if like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people died. It also didn't matter if you had 20,000 people working on the pyramids. Like, it's hard to fathom, but it was such a completely different time period that, to me, like, I think they just did what they felt they needed to do to get the job done. I don't know that we could... I'm sure we could do it today. I mean, technology would, you know, obviously step in and help out a lot. But, yeah, it is so monumental that I can understand why people go to aliens, but I don't think so. It's crazy. I often forget who the hell the champs are, said Pillskin. I forgot that Judgment Day even had those damn belts. Yeah, I do as well, to be honest. There's times where I also forget, like, who's got the belts. It is a bit crazy, but, you know, hopefully we can get that tag division up and running on Raw soon. Right. Did Bastion Booger and Papa Shango build the pyramids? That's it. Promo package, yes. Promo package at the moment. Right, so coming up, I think it might be Kofi against LA Knight next. Not really too into that, to be honest. Don't mind the open. Intercontinental match was okay. Not like down on it. It was fine. I agree with you guys. Just passable, fine. I don't know what Cody's going to do. I mean, the bus is there, so that must mean that we're going to see Cody later. So there should be a Cody segment coming up, to be honest. We should get a Cody segment. CM Punk and AJ Lee want to be in a movie premiere. Oh, went to a movie premiere. Really, what movie did they go to? Judge said they really know how to slow down the show with a promo package and commercials. It is frustrating, buds. I completely agree. It is frustrating. It's one of those, isn't it, where, like, You just want them to like get stuck into some of those juicy stories. Like we could have gone straight into the Bayley thing, you know? So we do have some sit-down interviews in this as well. It's not just footage from the past. Like there are some sit-down interviews. Some new kind of commentary and perspectives on their feud so far, but I think this is going to be where a lot of people go and get a drink. The pace of the show is like a racetrack, but a racetrack with nothing but stoplights. That's a good way of wording it, actually. Okay. I'm dying for some Bayley right now, said Judge. Yeah, man. Let's go. Oh, we are going back last week to Bayley. Hey, look at this. We might be going to Bayley, actually. God, we're so good. That's how good we are. Last week was awesome. Right. What are the matches are we going to get at Crown Jewel? Well, we're getting the champs going up against each other, aren't we? I wonder if we are going to get that tag match. And I wonder where we're going with this Bayley story. It might not lead... She's wearing a Lyra shirt. It might not lead... Yeah, look, she shows her the shirt. It might not lead to a match. It might need to build a bit more. Last week was so great, says Bayley. You've got a right to be mad. Who's in the background talking? Is that Ethan Page? It looks a little bit like Ethan Page, doesn't it? Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was. Is it Andre Chase? I feel like they want us to see. I thought it was Ethan Page. Then I saw it again and I was like, no, but is it Andre Chase? And now I'm thinking no. Now I'm thinking it's no one. Here's Bayley. They're just arena workers, said Scottish Nightmare. That sucks. Well, it's good that we've gone to Bayley. Bayley coming out. And she looks behind her a little frustrated. Her actions are now having consequences. She is taking on Raquel tonight. Sign says Bayley's biggest fan. Bayley goes over, gives that woman a hug. Is that fan planted? Is that fan planted? She's in a good position. We've got a lot of attention on her. Is Bayley going to snap and take it out on that fan? Wade said, I was hoping for a hug like last week. He's already had one hug. People like wholesome moments. The only thing that's keeping the Raw Tag Division alive are the New Day segments, and even that sucks, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Corey said, Lyra is seeing what it's like to be married to a woman. Lol. Corey, you're a brave man. You're a brave man, Corey. Wade Barrett is looking for a hug, and he gets the hug. There's a sign in the crowd that says, look at this hot dog. And then there's like a hot dog emoji. I love those signs. They're the best signs. I love the person behind me can't see kind of stuff. And there was one there that's like, look at this hot dog. It's just a hot dog. Mate, that's great. I love that. There's so many signs to show support to wrestlers. They're boring. I don't care if you want to have a sign for Bayley or Cody or whatever. But someone holding up a sign saying, look at this hot dog. Or the person behind me can't see. They're the best. Right, here is Raquel. Bayley trolling the fans. Raquel making her way down to the ring. Pushing the camera away. Roxanne is with her. Bayley, of course, on her own. So it is not Dominic Rusev. It is Bayley versus Raquel. I hope this match is good. It could be a good match, this. It could be. I feel like I've never heard this music before, but I believe I have. But it rings no bells whatsoever. Right. I read that WWE was going to do some shows in Japan and that Shinsuke would team with Jay, said Spawny Boy. That is correct. Zuffa Boxing coming in January. TKO promoting it on WWE. Raquel's pretty great, said Judge. Dr. Lucha Lala said the opening segment was great. Jennifer said Roxanne is actually starting to grow into the character. Ramona said, who's next? What do you mean? I mean, we know we've got Kofi against LA Knight. We know that we've got the Usos against the Vision. We've got all these matches still to come tonight. We knew about this one in advance. So this is one we were expecting. We've only had one match so far, 50 minutes in. Bell has sounded. We've got Bayley. We've got Raquel. And right now we've got Raquel all in reds. It's a little bit Britney Spears-ish, sort of. I was just wondering what the inspiration might have been. Here we go, though. Bayley grabs the holds, but Raquel doing better in the early exchange. Shot coming in there by Bayley. Another shot coming in by Bayley. Duck underneath. Bayley against the ropes. Crossbody gets caught there by Raquel. Elbows coming in there by Bayley. She lands on her feet. Bayley going over into the corner. She goes up. Charging over the other side. Bayley goes down. Thrown over into the corner. And again, colliding in the corner. We got a shot coming in. There's Bayley. Raquel wearing Liv's matching gear. Well, I believe, just to add a little bit extra to what I said earlier, I believe that Liv confirmed her gear was inspired by Britney. So if Raquel is wearing something connected to Liv, then that does connect to Brittany. I don't know that it is. But I know that Liv confirmed that hers was. I think she wore hers for maybe like a Saudi Arabia type thing. Shoulder being driven into the midsection. Raquel's ring gear looks like a throwback to Big Daddy Cool, said Catherine. Could be. Could be. I feel like there is a reason for it because, I don't know, I mean, it's quite striking. Bayley in the corner. Being hurled over to the other sides. These two work well together, said Judge. James said, did you hear that Turkey McMahon wants to buy Bristol? No. What, Turkey Alia Sheikh? Over the other side, Raquel coming in. Imagine if Lyra comes down. If Bayley wins and all of a sudden Bayley pushes Lyra again, says Connor. Blake said she looks good in it. Alexa said that Britney-inspired gear was Elimination Chamber 2022. Lex Bliss Gamer, thank you. Hope you're well. Here's Bayley going back against the ropes. Through the ropes, lands into Raquel. Raquel goes back against the barricades. Again, going over to the outsides. Did we see Zach Bryan broke the record for a ticketed concert? Never even heard of Zach Bryan. No. Where was that wrestling, Andy? Was that in America? That's crazy, isn't it? Zach Bryan, that must be like maybe a country star. It's not a name I'm familiar with. Zach Bryan. Let's have a look. American singer-songwriter from Oklahoma country. Yeah, country music's had a real resurgence, hasn't it? I mean, it's always been popular, but hearing a lot about Luke Combs, another name that I'm not familiar with, probably massive. I'm not saying they're not big. I'm just saying not entered my musical world at the moment. But yeah, Zach Bryan. We're going through a country spell. Right, Luke Combs is great out of the new country stuff. Coulter Wall is fantastic, said Alex. I don't mind a bit of country, honestly. It's not something that's it's not something that's ever massively been huge over here. Obviously, things like Johnny Cash and, you know, Dolly Parton, but there's a lot of these country artists that I think do really well in America that don't massively translate. But I think this Luke Combs has got like a big tour that involves the UK. I was reading about him, and the article was actually all about, will country really break the UK now? Is it really about to, is it on the verge of being like on the radio all the time, you know, being that kind of is this country's moment? So I don't know what's going on with country, but it seems like it's in a very good place at the moment. Roll up there by Bayley and Raquel. Shoulder barge. Bayley goes down. Daisy's favourite country song is the Fatal Influence theme. I flipping love that theme. I hope they don't change it now that Jasmine's gone. I do love that song. I do love Johnny Cash, though. I really love Johnny Cash. I actually even bought his box set that's got all of his albums, his studio albums in it. It's like this big box, got like 60-odd albums in there. Really good. Really, I love Johnny. Saw a tribute act to Johnny Cash down the road. They're fantastic. So good. So, yeah, I don't mind, honestly. I've got some Merle Haggard, is it, that I want to listen to. A little bit of Willie Nelson. So there's a few bits that I'm not against. I'm not against country. Oh, do you know who I like actually recently? Casey Musgraves. I listened to one of her recent albums when I went to Egypt. Really enjoyed it. There was a sign in the crowd just that said Gunther would have tapped out Brett in 1997. So, sign in the crowds. Kick coming in there by Bayley. So we were just at commercial break. Oh, Raquel getting planted. Woman in the crowd has got some Stephanie horns. Just saw some blue horns that she had. Bayley climbing up. That elbow to the back looks absolutely fantastic. Bayley's going up again. Tivet said, I had no choice to listen to Johnny. My dad was a fan. Oh, well, I'd say your dad had great taste, honestly. I'd say he had great taste. I heard all the hits, obviously. Ring of Fire, Walk the Line, stuff like that. I always thought they were good, but I mean, when he passed away, I kind of am working in an entertainment store. You hear like some of the albums, and you go, actually, do you know what? I've yet to hear a song I don't like. Like this is really good, and so you dig into it, and you're like, blimey hell. Lovely fall away slam there by Raquel. Raquel going over to the corner, going up. Lovely work, elbow drop there on Bayley. Pace of this has picked up too. No joy. No joy. Bayley is down. Raquel grabbing Bayley. Bayley on the ropes. Oh, little botchy. Little botchy. That spot didn't go to plan. Kick coming into the midsection. Raquel still over against the ropes. Bayley going over the other side. Charging in. Big clothesline there by Raquel. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Bayley. Shoulder up by Bayley. Bayley with Raquel. Raquel down as Bayley grabs the leg, looking for a figure 4. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is in. Figure 4 is applied. Yeah, Raquel is reaching out to Roxanne, but I mean, the referee is right there. Oh! Roxanne went round the other side, grabbed Bayley by the eyes. So, smile on the face there of Roxanne, and the outside interference might actually win this for Raquel. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3. It is a win for Raquel. It's outside interference, and Bayley really could have done with some help there from Lyra. Sign in the crowd said, I paid to see AJ Lee. Well, I don't know that you're going to get your money's worth, to be honest. I don't know that AJ Lee is going to be on this show. Right now, we've got them beating down Bayley after the match. Are we going to get a Lyra save? We are. Lyra comes out a little bit conflicted. Lyra comes down to the ring, gets in the ring, clothesline to Roxanne. Oh, lovely step up in. That step up in Zaguri was so good. I tell you what, that's a hell of a outfit to try and come down and make a save with, isn't it? I mean, I don't feel like that skirt is going to leave much to the imagination here. Oh, double knees to the back. Lyra goes down. Corey said now she's going to get screamed at for not helping. Bayley in the corner. Bayley gets up, charges over, knee strike there to Raquel. Yeah, that skirt was a hell of a choice. To be honest, she's done a fantastic job to not end up with being like in an awkward situation with that skirt. Although saying that, a lot of ring gear these days don't leave much to the imagination anyway, do they? Okay, Bayley goes over to Lyra and is in great spirits. Come on, you idiot. Good job. Oh my God. She's actually being a bit overly aggressive. She's being overly nice. Okay, there we go. Good job. That is a great choice by Lyra, said King Yeti. King Yeti is in no doubt whatsoever that Lyra made the right choice. I still love that hot dog sign. That was a great choice. Another sign in the crowd said, I will leave my husband for Roman. The split personality gimmick is getting a bit repetitive, said Brony. Okay, we're looking back to last week. We're looking back to LA Knight getting murked. Okay, we're backstage. There's Jay. Here's Jimmy. Let's see what's going to go down. It's awkward. Feels awkward. Helping LA Knight. Why are you helping LA Knight? The man made us lose at WrestlePalooza. Jay is shouting at Jimmy here. Ooh. Ooh. There is real tension here. They definitely don't agree on the LA Knight situation. But Jay certainly knows where he stands on it. Yeah, you can see that Jimmy is bothered. Talking of bothered, here is EO. Here's Kyrie. Yeah, man, Kyrie. She doesn't want this. It's not too late, says Kyrie. Apologize to Asuka. She will forgive you. Io shouts at Kyrie and tells Kyrie to leave her alone. And Kyrie was holding a picture of the three of them that she has now left with Io. A picture of Kyrie, Io, and Asuka all together. Mates, honestly, Raw is really telling some stories at the moment. We just had two really interesting back-to-back backstage segments, and that really is what 2025 has been missing. But recent weeks, we have massively turned that up, and these shows are so much better for it. They are so much better for it. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm not saying that all the problems are fixed, but I am saying that it is making a big difference and it is helping. I am saying that. Dun 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 dun. Dun. LA Knight, yeah. LA Knight, yeah. Dun 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 dun. Hey, Knight, yeah. Okay. What is your thoughts on what? On what, buds? My thoughts on what? TJF said he stays watching a different Raw. Asuka and Io are carrying the rest nothing burger. What? You don't think the Jimmy situation is interesting? Don't we think that the heat between Jay and Jimmy is interesting? I just said those couple of backstage segments were good and they're helping the Raw. This was after the Bayley Lyra situation. I don't think what I've just said is crazy. I've just said we're telling some stories. I mean, in the past couple of minutes, Bayley Lyra, Jimmy and Jay, Asuka, Io situation. Hence my comment. Ellis Stubbs said the fact that the New Day is still walking around on TV should be categorized as a grotesque crime of passion. But Kappa said it's already old. The Bloodline tension is old. I wouldn't say it was Bloodline tension. I don't think it's connected to Bloodline. It's just to do with this LA Knight situation. Here's New Day. Jimmy and Jay have always had beef. It's no surprise one of them walks away or turns on each other again, says Kira. Let him in, said Daze. Would the Messiah character and story be better than the Vision? I was not a fan of the Messiah, honestly. I didn't really rate the Messiah. It felt a bit directionless, like we just didn't really know where to go with it. I think, look, the Vision, we can do something with it. It's not like completely dead. It's just we need to make some tweaks and changes, definitely. Here's Kofi. Oh, hello, they're having a right go at this little young fan here. TJF said, look at that Jimmy J match. No one wants to see that again. Well, no one wants to see that again. I don't disagree with that. I mean, if they do the match again, I can't imagine it would be that bad. I think, it would be better than that. But, I don't know. I mean, for me, we're teasing a Jay heel turn, which if we pull that trigger is going to be a really big moment. Jay's very popular with a lot of people, certainly the younger demographic. So a Jay heel turn would be significant. I hope you are well. I got a cameo from Mercedes and Shayna. Do you think either will return? Drew, shout out to you. I think Mercedes could come back for the money at some point, but I think she's kind of really enjoying herself at the moment, being outside of WWE and making money, and she's got like 9 championships, and I think she's in a good place. Oh, I think she's in a place that she's happy with. And I think that wrestling fans do find that like a bit strange. I don't actually. I can sort of understand she was in WWE. She had some bad experiences. So she's quite happy being outside of this world. It might be a bit better now that Vince has gone. She might have a better time here, but she's managed to carve a kind of career out for herself that I think she's really enjoying. So, yeah, she could come back, but I don't think there's a rush. Okay, so there's no Grayson around this week because of that super Mexican destroyer that he took. You know how Jimmy isn't liking Jay becoming OTC2 since he said you kind of sound like Roman. Jimmy said you kind of sound like Roman, so if Roman returns, what's going to happen with Jimmy and Roman? I don't know. I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that Jimmy is necessarily down on where Roman is now. I think he's talking more about you sound like Roman when the belt was on Roman and Roman was tribal chief and, you know, we were going through that period. Like, you're starting to kind of act like that. I don't think it's so much about the current Roman. Or at least I've not got that impression at the moment. So, I mean, look, it will be interesting when Roman comes back because Roman is surely going to... I don't know if he'll play Peacekeeper or if he will pick a side. If he picks a side, then, you know, the one person's going to feel a bit alienated. So there's obviously more to add to with this story as well. I mean, look, maybe it's true that people are feeling a bit burnt out from Jimmy, Jay and Bloodline drama and stuff like that, but... I think it's quite interesting teasing a Jay heel turn, because if Jay turns heel, that's obviously, as we said, going to be a big factor. It's going to be a big talking point. Do we know that Kevin Owens could return before Jericho? I think Jericho could come back next year. I don't think that's impossible. I think Jericho's towards the end of his time. I think he knows it. He could probably want one more little run in WWE. Yeah, I think there's a good chance Jericho comes back. I want Jimmy to turn on Jay, said Catherine. Just go completely badass on him. That would be a massive curveball and would give Big Jim the push that he needs. Yeah, I'm down on that. I think it would be an interesting way to get to that as well, to be honest with you, because... a lot of people are saying, like, oh, we've had Jimmy and Jay arguing in the past. If the end result is that Jimmy turns on Jay, that's probably an outcome a lot of people could see coming. But the way they're going about it, they could be masking it a little bit more. They could be masking it a little bit more. Right now, we got LA Knight with Kofi. LA Knight throwing Kofi in the ring and elbow across the chest. One thing I don't like, said Big Time, is NXT running the dark, dingy arenas. It looks very low budget. Same thing with Heatwave and Great American Bash, where there's like less than 1,600s. I don't disagree, honestly. I agree. I suppose, though, part of the problem might be... I don't really know why they chose that area. I don't really know why they selected that place. But, I mean, the truth of the matter might be that they couldn't really get a bigger venue. They couldn't really do anything bigger because they just can't, you know, unless they go to a certain market like New York, they couldn't actually get more fans. But then, of course, you just go, well, why not go to New York? Don't know. I don't know why they ran where they ran. And why they didn't go to New York or Chicago, where they'd probably stand a chance of getting more people. I There must have been a reason. There must have been a strategy. Perhaps WWE are not going to that area and they want some sort of presence, you know, so they give them an NXT maybe. There's got to be a logic. There's got to be some sort of logic. But I agree. For a PLE, it should have felt bigger. Right, Kofi and LA Knight. We are at commercial break right now, and we're... Oh, wow. I've got to say, this show has gone by pretty quickly, actually. We're nearly 20 minutes into the second hour. Aki said, I think Roman should agree with what Jay is doing, which will cause tension between Jimmy and Roman. But I don't know how it plays out. I don't see Roman doing a heel turn again anytime soon. No, yeah, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that, to be honest. We've done that, and I wouldn't want us to go back to that. Plus, also, the fans are very vocal with OTC chants. So it feels like the fans don't want him to be heel. Amethyst said, word on the street is that Roman is returning tonight. Daze, is it the case that the brand is a bit cold? The cards aren't appetizing. We should be getting 3,000 to 4,000. I don't know why it's a struggle. I think it's a bit cold in the sense of star power. I mean, they didn't have any main event stars on that show. That obviously would have really helped if you'd have just put a couple of main roster stars on. But instead, it was just NXT exclusive. And, you know, I think that it was maybe... I mean, there was no Trick Williams on that card, for example. So, yeah, I don't really know why the card wasn't stronger. So, using the card that they had, using just exclusively NXT talent and not even all the big names. A lot of the big names, in all fairness. A lot of the big names were represented, but I can certainly think of Trick that wasn't. And so, you know, as a result, they ended up with, what was it, 1,600, something like that. I think... I don't know. I think that was a market that for some reason they wanted to run. Maybe because there's no WWE show going there from Raw or SmackDown. So I think they wanted to run that market. And I don't know what venues they've got available. I'm sure they could have found some a little bit bigger. But I suppose, you know, you book the building, it's 1,600s. I mean, to be honest, they should have gone bigger. I can't really make any excuses for them. They should have gone bigger. They should have booked a bigger venue and then put a card to warrant that. Instead, they seemingly booked a 1,600 venue and probably didn't worry too much about selling it out. Probably like, we should be able to do that quite comfortably. Had it have been a 3,000 venue, they would have had to have worked a little bit harder. But you'd have to speak to them as to why they made that decision and why they chose that venue. Don't forget as well, some of it is deals. If they can get a great deal where they can get the venue cheap, that could be a factor. Kofi is going up top. We got LA Knight in the middle of the ring. Kofi comes crashing down. Daze, you should put a document with all the shows and the match scores on AI. Ask it to give you stats for everything. Yeah, I suppose it could do some work like that, couldn't it? Shot coming in there by Xavier. Okay, right now we got Kofi going for the cover on LA Knight. Xavier on the outside, getting involved. Daze, NXT should come back to the UK. It's been over 6 years now. PLEs and house shows. Well, I would love that, but I really would, because I was such a big fan of NXT. Well, I'm still a big fan of NXT. I went and saw it a few times when it came to the UK. And I do actually regret not having gone to one of the shows. The big takeover show in London. I never went to that, but I really did debate about going. I really thought about going. I really regret not going. And that was the only time they did a show. I did go to the NXT UK ones. I went to the ones in Blackpool. I went to the NXT UK tournament. But, yeah, I do regret not going to... I do regret not going to that one. Kofi in the corner looking for a net breaker. Net breaker connects. LA Knight is back in control. LA Knight in the corner. A Knight. Oh. One, two. No joy at the moment. Kofi back in the corner. LA Knight charging over. Kofi with a kick. Kofi jumps over LA Knight. LA comes in. Kick coming in there by Kofi. Picked up, lands on his feet. BFT connects. BFT connects and LA Knight gets the win. I don't know how much that's going to massively matter, to be honest. I don't know really what that's going to count for, but either way. Well, it's a win, isn't it? Big win. I mean, in one regards, it is. To get a win over Kofi is obviously really good. He's a legend. But on the other hand, Kofi's just not really been doing much recently, and certainly not much as a singles wrestler. Okay. Let's get poll up, shall we? See what you guys think about that. So we're just seeing what went down on Friday. Bang, bang, bang. Daze, if you missed my members chat, I am going to unsubscribe and I am going to start a community union. Mitchell, I think that would be fair. Let me read it right now. So Mitchell said 52 months of listening to this boomer. Mitchell, thank you. Union averted. Okay, here's Akira and Maxine backstage. Here's Becky. So we do have Becky. You're 5'9" of failure. Everyone says that. Sports Illustrated are saying that. Bleacher Report is saying it. Everyone except for AJ Lee is saying that, and Akira finds that quite humorous. So Becky pushes Tozawa down, then she starts laughing at him. Now Becky going after Maxine. So Becky unloading on Maxine there. So I mean, is that going to be a match tonight? Are we getting Becky Maxine tonight? Oh, there's Seth. He's still wearing that watch. I do like how much he just didn't care. Boom. FaZe Bear said, you missed my members chat. All the members strike. I didn't. I acknowledged your members chat earlier in the stream, but although I did miss some super chats. Like Ronnie, who said, could Oba confront the winner of this match? No. Joe said, thank you for acknowledging the Discords. No, I had a good time, but honestly, it was good. As I said, I'll be in there on Sunday, and I have set my alarm. And yeah, should be good. I'm looking forward to getting back in there again. Nick said, what is your dream holiday, like location? Honestly, I just love going to America. I think it works for me because it's great weather. Obviously, everyone speaks English. It's obviously got a WWE, like, you know, you never know what you can find. I mean, think of all the WWE items that are, like, spread out across America that people have got in their garages. And you just never know if you went to, like, a flea market, or you just don't know. You just don't know what you might bump into if you kind of go into certain shops or whatever. Go into, like, a retro toy shop. You just don't know what you might find. So obviously that's really interesting to me. Plus I can watch NXT in Florida at like live events or... So yeah, probably America again. Maybe Florida again. I've been so many times, but I love it. I don't care about going to Europe. I'm just not interested. I don't need to look at cathedrals. We got loads here. We got castles. Do you know what I mean? England and the UK has got loads of history. Like, I just don't need to go and see Francis. I'm not bothered. There's Penta. Penta is here confronting Dominic. Japan might be fun, though. I wouldn't be down on Japan. Intercontinental Championship is my championship. Okay, he's shouting at him in Spanish. Boom. Okay. Dirty Dom cutting a promo. Penta interrupts. Billy said, is it just me? I think the main event should be a world title fight. What, like Seth defending or Becky defending? Looks like we're going to be getting Seth coming out soon. I hope Raven is all right, says Connor. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Benny said, is Zero News accurate? They're literally called Zero News, but they always have to take it with a pinch of salt. Well, I don't think Zero News is regarded as being a trusted source, no. I mean, if you want to listen to them, you absolutely can. But I don't think they are regarded as, like, you know, a Fightful or something like that. Okay, here we go then. Seth on his way out. See what Seth's got to say. Where are we going next? He's coming out by himself. No Braun or Bronson is kind of interesting. Dun, 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 dun. So, Seth freaking Rollins making his way down to the ring. Right. The division is already disbanding, and it's not even been a year, said Porky Pig. Well, we know they've got a match later, so maybe it's one of those where we are just going to... not bring them out here. They're preparing for their match. He might say something along those lines. Seth's obviously building to Crown Jewel with Cody. I don't know what he does after that, though. I mean, we know the Cody thing is just going to be for Crown Jewel. Is that going to have longer repercussions. He's coming out in a bit of an Undertaker jacket, isn't he? Why are people still singing his song, said Jeremy. Poppy Croc said, is Crown Jewel the worst title ever? No one cares. Yeah, I do think it's good, though, that they're trying to make it a little bit more intriguing by doing the whole watch thing. But, yeah, as soon as we get past this next couple of weeks, what next for Seth? Okay. I don't know why people are still singing Seth's song, said Suzanne. It's like he's a bad guy. They just love singing it, don't they? I agree with you guys. It's not something that I'm crazy about. They're still singing it right now. CM Punk chants breakout. CM Punk chants breakout. Johnny said Becky did it better. Turned heel, changed the song, but Seth still wants that cheap engagement. That's a horrible jacket, said Dark Angel. Now we've got OTC chants. So we've had CM Punk chants. Now we've got OTC chants. We're chanting people that he is currently not in a feud with. There we go, Cody. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Now we got a Cody chant. Now we got a Cody chant. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes versus Seth freaking Rollins. Cody has got 3 wins. Seth has got 3 losses. Do you think that bothers me? It doesn't bother me because it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's good, actually. Those versions of Cody and Seth are not here now. We've moved forward. We've moved past that. Javon Evans country, says a sign in the background. What I said about Seth in my video, Seth is a walking example of what I was talking about. What was you talking about, Alistair? The winner of that match might decide the next 10 to 20 years. I don't think they will. I don't think Cody's planning on sticking around that long. How old's Seth? 39. Has he got 10 years in him? If he'd have said 5, I could have bought that. 10 to 20 years. I think he went a bit too big there. I think he went a little bit too big. Okay, Cody chants are breaking out. I was basically saying that Seth's promos lack substance and is a waste of a bunch of time. You think Cody should lead this company? And the crowd, of course, cheer. Johnny said, for the amount of money everyone has to pay for streaming, there should be multiple cams that we can choose, like in some sports. That'd be fun. Have you lost your minds? What is wrong with you? I'm the one to lead this industry. Crowd boo. They don't agree. Yeah, in all fairness, the stay in there is a valid point. I do agree with that. I do think that's a valid point. So he's talking about the bronze. I've done it all. I stayed here. Tried to help that next generation. Still you people chant for Cody. It's another one like Drew, isn't it? Where he's making a point and you can sort of see from his perspective why he's saying what he's saying. Here's Cody. Cody making his way out. Cody going to give us the other perspective. But it's not just making the accounts being angry in the chat. It's crazy. Trini, hello. Have we got some drama kicking off? Suzanne said, I didn't have friends in school. They were few and far between, but this chat room is the greatest. Oh, Suzanne, shout out to you. Always welcome here, Suzanne. You have friends here. But apparently, Suzanne, there's drama as well. I'm hearing there's drama. Okay, Cody making his way out. Suzanne, respect. Is this a Cody slow heel turn, said Ace. I don't think so. They teased Randy the other day, didn't they? Turn him. So I think you would want to do face Cody against heel Randy if we are going in that direction. But it is an option. Kyron said there's no pyro for Cody. Doesn't deserve it. Dun, dun, dun. Man, that line is so crazy. The next 10, 20 years, I still can't get my head around why he said that. 20 years? I mean, even 10 years is bonkers. Right, Cody has made his way to the in the ring. I like Cody's suit. It's not a colour I think I could pull off, but Cody looks good in it. Feel like you've got to have a degree of confidence to wear a suit that colour. Because you are peacocking a little bit. It's very easy to wear a black suit, dark blue suit, maybe even a grey suit. But that kind of, is it burgundy? With a blue shirt? But it doesn't look stupid. It's not like a Seth attire. He looks good. I just do not own a suit that colour. Okay, the fans are chanting Cody again. Yeah, he puts his arms outstretched. Cheers with the crowd. The crowd respond by applauding back. Seth. I'm a bit messy. I'm a bit messy. I'm a bit dramatic. But what are we talking about? The future of the industry. It seems a bit much. Do you know what? Even if he said future of the industry, I can buy it. But Cody, he said the future of the industry for the next 10 to 20 years, Cody. He didn't just say the future of the industry. He put a bonkers time frame on it. Cody milking the crowd, and not in a sexual way. Maggie said, I would like to see Roman in his birthday suits. Well, I wonder if it would be as impressive as Cody's. Oh. Oh. Cody's like, the Vision showed up on Friday, but I don't think you sent them. I think Heyman sent them. Yeah. Is he going to say you're not even controlling your own group? Every decision goes through me, says Seth. Okay, so Seth's like, no, I did send them. Cody's like, okay, my bad. Everything goes through you. Okay. Yeah. So you... So you allowed Heyman to announce Brock Lesnar? Oh, that's a good line. Yeah. Did you allow that, Seth? Did that go through you? Huh? Did you? Did you? Every decision runs through me. Oh, maybe he did. Maybe he did. Cody should go. Okay, then. Thanks. See you at Crown Jewel. Bye. No, it doesn't. Is the champ by the crowds? The crowd aren't buying it. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Everything runs through me. I'm the reason you're here. Oh. Hey, there's a sign in the crowd that says Jabba the Heyman. And it's got Jabba the Hutt, but with Paul Heyman's head on it. Lob. That's actually bullying, but it's really fun. Because bullying can be fun. All bullying is fun. I'm trying here, says Cody. 20 years from now. Where are we going to be? So he's talking about what he's done for him in the past. You was my shields. I thought you was my friends. Shut up. Shut up. You shut up, your fist. You shut up. I was never your friends. Oh my God. We were never friends. You was the lesser of two evils. Guys, I wanted to find that Jabba picture to put in the talking points. So I just searched for it and I found this. Enjoy that. Right. Enjoy that. If you are finding this promo a bit plodded, a bit of sex on screen. All right, a new future. And there's only one person that's going to lead that. That person is Seth freaking Rollins. There we go. I was never your friends. Why does wrestling have to be this harsh? And there we go. Seth walks away. King Yeti said, that was a private picture of me. Well, stop sending it. Right? There's only so many times that I'm willing to receive that picture. If you're going to keep sending it, I'm going to show everyone. That's how it works. My God, she's not had a shower yet. What's going on? Io's backstage. Here's Rhea. Are you okay? No, she's blue. Yeah, she has got a good again, actually. It's a good covering. I think Rhea's was better. All right, matches made. Crown Jewel, Kabuki Warriors versus Io and Rhea. I want the Kabuki Warriors to win. Someone needs to make a graphic that has got both Rhea and Io when they were blue on the one side and the Kabuki Warriors on the other. Kabuki Warriors versus the blue two. Still burns. I'll get you some. No one's got ready water yet. Rhea's like, I'll get you some water. Mate, it's been about an hour and 40 minutes. Here's AJ. They don't want none. They don't want none. Don't really want none. How many times are we going to be enjoying AJ Styles? 2026 is where the ride comes to an end. We don't know when, though. But enjoy him whilst you've got him. Okay, AJ and Dragon Lee versus Los Americanos. Psychomy said, is this the main event? No, we got Usos Vision still to come. I forgot about this match, said Dr. Luchalala. I forgot about this match. Right, we need a mega before AJ retires, said Midnight Rider. Neil said, new band name, Blue Rio. Blue Rio. I like that. Rastani said, you should put the document with all the shows and the matches and have it work out the stats. Yeah, I saw you say that earlier. It could come up with some interesting stuff. I've never done that before. I don't know. Sometimes I ask ChatGPT to do things and it's just the results aren't great. I think it's still... AI is constantly improving, but I don't know. I'd be honestly, if I was to put all that information in and then my end result is a load of nonsense, I'd be like, I've just wasted my life. I've just wasted my life. Jeremy said the pyro must be acting up. First Cody, now AJ. I didn't notice the AJ one. I know that Cody, when he came out, he had a little look, didn't he? He had a little look to see what had gone on with the pyro, but yeah, it must be. If AJ's not had anything either. Although saying that, I could believe they've cut AJ's. Here's Dragon Lee. With his little wings. Ah. Ah. It's still showing him as being a part of the LWO. Is that still a thing? Is the LWO still a thing? I have no idea. Mate, Dragon Lee is making his way down to the ring, and there's only a couple of people that are even putting their hands out. Dragon Lee just walked down the route, and people were just sort of standing there. No one could even be bothered to put their hands out. To have Dragon Lee touch their hands? Oh, my God. It's not a great sign, is it? If you come walking down and people can't even be bothered to put their hands out to get you to, like, touch their hands. It's like Dragon Lee's here. Who's Dragon Lee? Do you know Dragon Lee? Have you heard of Dragon? I've never heard of Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Have you heard of Dragon Lee? Have you heard of Dragon Lee? He is very cold. Okay, I've got the Saturday night's main event flipping music playing, but I ain't got no advert. I don't know if you lot got a graphic, but there was no graphic for me. I don't deserve it. Next Monday, we are in Dallas, Texas. Back to that slightly later time, an hour later. Oh, hello. My name is Dragon Lee. Hey, has he always had, like, dragon scales painted on his eyes? I've never paid close attention. Sign in the crowd says, hire El Generico. We are unstoppable. Connor said, why does the tornado tag have to be main event? Bron Bronson, Jimmy J again. I wanted the IC championship to be main event, but that was the first match, said Connor. Poppy Croc said, after Crown Jewel, we're going to start cooking with gas. Saturday night's main event, Cena's last match, Survivor Series, and then it's Rumble season, said Poppy Crocs. Yeah, it will be good to get past Crown Jewel, actually. AJ Styles said, you're right, we've got something special going on with this tag team. Have we? Okay, he's going to talk about John Styles. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to all of you guys. Against John Cena. It's going to bang, mate. It's going to bang. Ah, I get to beat up John Cena. I haven't heard that in flipping years. He did used to love doing that, didn't he? Beat up John Cena. That was his little catchphrase for a time. Eat, sleep, and beat up John Cena. Okay, here are the El Grande Americanos, or Los Americanos. I mean, they have given them different masks, haven't they? Like, we've got a red one, we got a blue one. They're not trying to pass these off as being, like, the same person anymore. They've got names. Bravo and Rio. Bravo and Rio. Mate, this is crazy. This is flip. Bravo and Rio are the names. This is crazy because one of these guys is from a couple of miles away from me, Tyler Bate. The other guy is from, I don't know, 20 miles away from me, which is Pete Dunne. And they've got them in there as two lucha wrestlers called Bravo and Rio. Mate, what have they done to British strong style? We're only a Trent Seven missing from British strong style. Now we've got Bravo and right. Honestly, when it comes to write out Pete Dunne's wrestling names, they're going to have to start making that a bit bigger. I mean, we've got Pete Dunne, we've got Butch. Now we've got, is he Bravo or Rio? I'm not sure. Jeremy said the funny thing is none of them are American. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. We got two from England and one from Germany. Right, we are underway. Bravo, Rio, and El Grande. Rio. It's Rio, I think it is, isn't it? Rio on the left and Bravo on the right. Heyman will always be wobbly walrus to me, said James. David says, someone yell Butch and it will trigger one of those is him. Maybe this could work. I don't know. I mean, what if actually Bravo and Rio are really good, but I don't know why we would do that rather than just put Rey Fenix and Penta back together, or have Dragon Lee and Rey Fenix, or Dragon Lee and Penta. Why have we took two people that aren't luchadors and we're now trying to make them into luchador? That just doesn't make much sense to me, but I don't know. Part of me is like, this is so bonkers. This is so something that I would never think to do. Maybe it works. Maybe it's great. Maybe this is a really good idea. I just don't know. Shot coming in there by Rio. Tag being made. I don't know which one's which. Rio is the red one. Bravo is blue. Okay. So Rio, red. Bravo, blue. Mate, got it. Got it. Rio, red. Bravo, blue. Clever. Days, my dream would be if you and Triple T were under masks. I think a lot of people wish me and Triple T were under masks. Okay, so El Grande is on the outside. Dragon Lee looking to make a tag to AJ, but AJ's down on the outsides. Catherine said, I grew up watching The Rockers, LOD, Demolition, and now we've got these Americanos. WTF? Looking for, he's got him up in the, smashes him down. Okay, Rio making a tag. Bravo coming in. We've only got, I mean, this match ain't going to take long, is it? Because we're into that extra half an hour now. I've never seen Pete Dunne wrestle without a singlet, says Brony. The payoff is them being unmasked, said King Malho. Okay, I think, are we coming back from commercial break? Okay, that's pretty fun how they turn around. I can cope with that. Do you know what? These guys have got a real Los Conquistador kind of vibe to it. These Los Americanos. Charging him. Big boot. I could see them being like comedic, but not like not like R-Truth. I could see them wrestling like properly, but them like doing fun little poses and stuff. Like, okay. I feel like I can see something here that we can get our teeth into. I think the general consensus is going to be, what is this? I think that'll be the general consensus. I think the general consensus will be, right now we've got Bravo upside down. Dragon Lee. Oh, did he hit with that double stomp? It looked like he missed. Dragon Lee going over, trying to make the tag. Tag being made. In comes Ryo and AJ. Shot coming in there by AJ. Kick coming in. Oh, I love that bat fist. Oh, and a clothesline to Bravo as well. AJ to the outside. Lovely shot. Phenomenal forearm is coming up. Here we go, AJ. Oh, El Grande gets involved. El Grande gets involved. Bravo tagged in. Ryo. Oh, big knee there by Dragon Lee. Kick coming in. The thing you got to remember is that's actually Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. They are great wrestlers. I mean, we've got 4 great wrestlers in this match. To the outside, down goes El Grande. And El Grande's flipping so over in AAA. Getting great reactions in AAA. Bang, there we go. Ryo down, but Ryo rolls out the ring. Phenomenal forearm there by AJ. Bravo in trouble. Into a Styles clash. Dragon Lee takes out Ryo. Styles clash connects. 1, 2, 3. Poll is in the chat right now. Get your votes in. What did you think about the debut match of Ryo and Bravo? Is that the future of tag team wrestling? The AAA crowd loves this story, said Pappy Crocs. Ryo selling next level. It's good, said Joseph. AJ Styles having to do matches like this in his final run makes me mad, said Catherine. I can understand that. I can understand that. They're saying that next week's Raw is going to be loaded with top-tier talent. CM Punk's on the show next week. Yeah, Becky and Maxine next week as well. Dream match. Guys, if you're going to tune in for anything next week, it's Becky Maxine. Lyra is taking on Roxanne. I wonder if the week after she'll take on Raquel. And I wonder if this leads to a tag team match. Oh my god! Hello, what's this? Is this Australia? Yeah, Crown Jewel. Blah, blah. Why is Liv Morgan trending? I miss Liv Morgan. Dominic and Liv on a new photo shoot. Liv Morgan, Liv Morgan, Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan. Not for any particular reason by the looks of it. Right. Jose. Message deleted. Jose, I don't know what you said. Did you kick off, Jose? Is that what it was? I can read it, actually. Since the Bloodline fizzled out, WWE is under par. That's what you said. Since the Bloodline fizzled out, WWE is under par. I don't think you're alone in saying that. I think there's quite a few people that have said they've struggled in 2025. Wrestling fan said, Crown Jewel Championship video. Some stories that cook. Okay, well, here's Stephanie. Stephanie defending that championship would cook. Where's your confidence at? She's obviously going to be taking on Tiffany Stratton. I'm excited about facing Tiffany. She will learn why no one can stop me. Oh, is Tiffany here yet? I respect you. You're wrong. It is and always will be Tiffy time. FaZe Bear, shout out to you, FaZe Bear. Appreciate it, buds. You got a number 1 next to your name as well. Number 1 community member. Oh, it's changed to 2 now. It's changed to 2 now. Porky Pig's number 1. Okay, women's, they're just running down what we're going to be getting in the Crown Jewel events. Days by star-studded. Do we mean people like Austin and Rock, or do we mean celebs? I didn't say star-studded. They said star-studded. And then they showed us that CM Punk was on the show next week. Okay, here's Jimmy and Jay. They're going to come through the crowds. Main event time. Main event time. Tiffy, your time is up, said Wrestle Rants. Russell said, did John Cena pretend to be heel? If he did change his theme to a darker one, did the fans cheer Cena when he turned heel? Well, he turned heel earlier this year, but he didn't check. My God, what's this shirtless child? With tattoos? What the hell's going on? What the hell's happened to that child? Is that what we do round here? We tattoo children? What? I didn't need to see a tattooed shirtless child on my screen. They didn't even yeet with him. They didn't even do anything with him. In fact, Jay's not yeeting. All the fans are yeeting, but Jay's not yeeting. Jay is not really interacting with the fans that much. He did do some bits. I'm not going to say he didn't interact at all, but... He's still not yeeting. Don't we normally do the run it back thing? This isn't party time, Jay, said Kareem. God, I thought it was always party time, Jay. This guy flipping went to WrestleMania and fought for a championship and flipping yeeted his way through a title. Oh, he did yeet with the kid, by the way. I'm just looking at the replay now. He did yeet with him. We cut away when he started yeeting with him. So we were looking at a different camera shot. But he did yeet with him before we cut away. And we're yeeting a bit now. Yeah, okay. Perhaps he is just a bit more dialed in. Perhaps he is just a bit more dialed in. Okay. I think he needs to save his breath, said Nico. You could be right, but actually. We should probably applaud him, actually, for that, making that decision, rather than just gassing himself out. He's got a big match coming up, so he's just conserving energy. Right, we are at commercial break. Roman is returning tonight, said Tyler. Benny said, read Sonny's message. Daze, that child was Edward Brown. Fast hands. That's great. That makes sense, actually. Okay, they're in the ring. Now we're just waiting for the vision. They're running it back. Right, Daze, do we agree with Wade that Crown Jewel title is the WWE Ballon d'Or? Oh, I think that's undeniable. It's undeniable. We're taking our 2 world champions and we're going to crown the very best, aren't we? I think it's bigger than the Ballon d'Or. It's what the Ballon d'Or wishes it was. Cena's last time is soon, said Kappa. David said, I'm going to start adding up ad times. Oh, don't. You'll probably just end up depressing yourself, to be honest. You'll probably end up depressing yourself. Okay, we got Seth, we got Paul, we got the Vision. Heyman asking, Seth, are you okay? I have to beat him. I think it's really good how much this is occupying his thoughts. It is doing a really good job of making this just bigger than... He doesn't care about beating Cody for the championship, does he? This isn't about the Crown Jewel Championship. This could just be Seth versus Cody with no belts on the line. This is about him getting a win over Cody. 3-0. The history between them. They've built that up way more than they've built up that Crown Jewel Championship. Duran said, I counted all the commercials last week. There was like 30 minutes of commercials. Jim said, Jay's entrance is the modern day Hulk Hogan entrance. Mr. Assist said it's about the 3-0. I agree. Dub Jackets said Ace. Bron Breaker having a little word there with Bronson. We have seen these, well, we've seen jackets before. I don't know if we've seen these jackets before, because these jackets have got the Vision written on the back. So I feel like these are slightly new jackets. But we did see some leather jackets before. I don't know how wise it is to attack people that are wearing leather jackets with little spikes on. It's not a move I would make. Knee to the midsection there by Brom. Driving a shoulder in. Tornado tag, so flipping anything goes, isn't it? Big Time said, Daze, Roman's run since he dropped the title at WrestleMania has been awful. Endless sabbaticals and returns and just a lot of nothing. Sean said they wore him at WrestlePalooza. Did it have the Vision written on the backs? I don't remember that. Absolutely could have. I don't remember seeing the Vision on the back. Shots coming in by the Usos. I was just looking to see if I could find a picture, see if it had the Vision thing on the back. No, it's a bit too specific. I'd have to watch the video. And I ain't doing that right now. The V is new. It wasn't on the jacket, said Duran. Right. Usos going against the ropes. Take over. Duran, thank you. Rick Steiner wore a leather jacket with the bulldog on the shoulders, said Joseph. How long we got? I think we got about 11 minutes left to go here. About 11 minutes left to go. Johnny, hello. Said, how's your night? It's been all right. Yeah, I don't think it's been the craziest of shows. I think there's been... I really like the Asuka story. I find Asuka, Io, Kyrie, I think that's quite interesting. I still don't know what we're doing with Jay as what we're kind of doing there. I mean, we could turn him heel. I don't know that we are, but we could. Against the ropes, Jay gets smashed there by Big Bronson Reeds. Kick coming in. Headbutt there by Bronson. Okay, right now we got Bronson jumping on the commentary table. Jagged edge on the announce table, no joy. Oh, Jimmy almost losing his balance for a second. Super kick coming in. What's he going to go for here? Jimmy, he's about to get marked through the table. Braun breaker with a clothesline. And looks like he might have hurt himself a little bit in the process, but you can hear Joe on commentary. Oh my! Very fun. We are inhaling danger. Blimey hell, Joe. This is only a wrestling match. It's not asbestos. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. WrestleRant said, I know they keep teasing Jay, but they're not going to turn him. It's money first with WWE, said WrestleRants. Well, it is true, but, well, they turned Roman, didn't they? Sometimes you can take some short-term pain to get some long-term gain. Plus also, AJ and CM Punk are, I believe, the top merch sellers at the moment. So I think Jay's merch does well, but I don't know. Could him having a little run as a heel kind of unlock a bigger star? I mean, by turning Roman heel, we've made Roman bigger. I don't know. I don't disagree with you. Bron Breakker in there with Jay. Picks him up. I just had a wrestling company follow me on Twitter out of the blue, says James. Okay, right now we got Brom stomping away. The table breaking can be explained with Steiner math, said Zoom Station. I think everything can be explained by Steiner math. In the corner goes Jay. So Jimmy is still down on the outsides. Philip said it's been a bit meh of a show tonight. The Asuka bit was good. Bayley match was decent. Hannah said, Daze, I feel like the Visions, single and tag fights will be reoccurring until they just stall time for Survivor Series. Yeah, I think you could be correct. David said, I think the worst part of the commercial breaks is it's just the same commercials. I do get that, actually, on a Thursday with Tubi. I tend to get the same commercials each time. It is quite frustrating. Jay is trying to fight back, but he's fighting a losing battle, unfortunately. Jimmy is still down. Johnny said, hear me out. John Cena's last match, The Rock comes out. John, you retire when I say you retire, and I say you retire in Vegas. I think Cena has made it quite clear he's done in at the end of the year. Plus, also, I don't know that The Rock has the ability to make Cena wrestle on. I mean, why would John have to listen to The Rock? I know he's on the TKO board, but John can retire. If John retires, that's it. Like, it's done, isn't he? If John wants to retire at December, there's not anything The Rock can do about it. Jay in the corner. Daze, have you seen the stage Titantron is now black? It's got Raw on it. It might have gone black momentarily, but it's got Raw graphic on it right now. Bronson planting Jay. This is just like a Jay destruction. Jordan said, I just saw Heyman arguing with an OTC fan. Why not? This is such a weird main event. We've murked Jimmy. And now we're just literally destroying Jay. That's it. That's all we're doing. If Obafemi shows up to take on the Bronze, I think everyone's expecting Roman to show up. So we're sort of sacrificing this match just to set the table for Roman. That's how it feels, isn't it? I didn't think we would not really do much of a match. I mean, really, we're just murking Jay. The Peacemaker show is really fun, said Joseph. Maggie said Roman's going to save them. Jay being dragged over to the corner. Going for a... Oh, here's Jimmy. Jimmy coming back, though. Jimmy coming back. Top rope Insguri there by Big Jim. I thought they were going to have Big Jim out for the rest of this match. Jimmy into it. Wow. A pop-up Samoan drop there by Jimmy. Jimmy going to the outside. Bronson gets in the ring. Jimmy climbing up. Bronson grabs him. Puts him on his shoulder. Oh. The jagged edge connects. Spear there by Brom. Okay, 4 minutes. Something's happening, said Ace. This is a bit sloppy, said Mitchell. Big surprise tonight. I think people are I'm expecting Roman. I will be more shocked if we don't get Roman, to be honest. With the fact this is our main event, you know. The music hits! Roman's graphics appear. It could be a distraction, but I don't think it is. Yeah, even they're going, no, it won't be, it won't be. No, there he is. The OTC is back. Roman Reigns is back. He's got a chair in his hands. So the music hit. The graphics came up. And we would just wait and see if Roman would emerge. And he does. Roman dumps Braun to the outside. He's in there with Big Bronson. Grabs that chair. Crowd going crazy. Loud OTC chants. Yeah, Daddy's back, man. Daddy's back. Chair to the midsection. And across the back. Roman Reigns. Single-handedly murking the Vision. I bet Heyman's having flashbacks to that choke that he was in. Last time we saw Roman, probably would be best for Heyman to get out of there. Look at that kid. He's like, yeah! That kid, man. Look at him. Yes! Mate, that's what wrestling's about. That kid's going crazy that the OTC is back. No, look at that. Straight away acknowledging. Straight away. Roman, look, Roman. Look, Roman. I acknowledge you, my tribal chief. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Crowds in. Fine voice. Usos have regrouped. Bang. So where does this go? I mean, I feel like we've got to do Braun against Roman. Or is it going to be a big six-man tag? Usos and Roman against the Vision, including Seth. Bang! Big splash. The Bloodline has reunited, says Poppy Crocs. Usos have picked up the victory. Alicia Taylor just lost her voice a little bit there. Here are your winners. Winners. Oh, he's in there still murking away, you know. A little summit extra for Braun Breaker. Chair shot there by Roman. Braun Breaker goes over against the ropes. Wrestling fans said this is great because the OTC has returned. The OTC is home. Now, what's this going to mean for Jay? What's happening? This is the only thing that ever mattered. You got to take it. No, he's really going off on Jay there. He was just saying to Jay, this is the only thing that ever mattered. You got to take it. You know, he's really filling Jay with all of those words of encouragement and advice. He's really firing him up. I mean, in Roman's defense, he's kind of doing it maybe in a positive way. Like, you know, nothing can stop you. You're unstoppable. You're the guy. But the way that Jay is interpreting it is like nothing else matters. Even family. Like, it's just like, you know, if Jimmy's getting in the way, get rid of him. It's got that sort of feeling that he is going to really misinterpret what Roman is saying. But it is worth saying, Roman might not mean what I think he means. Roman also might be saying, listen, it's your time now. I've had my time. It's your time to go and snatch it and take it and own it and carry it. And maybe even Roman is saying, do that at the expense of those that don't come along for the ride. You know, maybe even Roman is saying, do that at the expense of Jimmy. I hope not. I don't think so. But even I don't quite know how to interpret Roman's words. Roman didn't acknowledge Jimmy. No, he was firing up Jay, wasn't he? Do we think that the Vision may get a new member? Well, they had Becky, didn't they? I believe the right-hand man is back, said Nathan. I guess there was no DQ. Hassan said all time because we got Roman back. It's weird that Jimmy never strayed from Roman, says Neil. I wonder if there's something in the fact that perhaps like he really respects what Jay did. You know, it's weird, isn't it? Sometimes these people in power, they respect the confrontation. Maybe the fact that Jimmy has largely been loyal and has largely not, like, you know, stepped out of line, and maybe like that just shows that Jimmy has got the brakes on and is a bit more limited. Perhaps like this is why Roman is really investing in Jay. He sees that there's something in Jay. Jay obviously went out and got that world title. Jimmy didn't. Jay won the Rumble. Jimmy didn't. I don't know. I think it's really interesting. I look at it as Jimmy calling Roman about Jay acting out and not all in. I took it as Jimmy called Roman about Jay acting out and not all in. But I couldn't quite catch what Roman was saying, but I don't feel like Roman was saying anything to bring him back in, actually. I didn't get the vibe that he was saying anything that would really save the situation. The few things that I did pick up on, it seemed like he was saying, you got to take this. And he was kind of firing him up again, actually. Yeah, interesting. I will be really interested in people's thoughts and breakdown of the show. My theory is that Roman is scouting for that next tribal chief. With Jay as the top contender, Jimmy could get jealous, and that's why he tells Jay he doesn't want his brother to be like Reigns. Well, I mean, look, it was very clear that Roman dialed in on Jay there. Very clear that Jimmy was left hanging. But to me, what was more important was what was he saying to Jay? Because he could have said to Jay, because there's no issue with Jimmy. Roman doesn't really need to speak to Jimmy at the moment, right? The issue is how Jay has been acting these past few weeks. If he'd have grabbed Jay and gone, I'm so disappointed by what I've seen from you these past few weeks. I'm really disappointed in what I've seen and how you've been with your brother. You know, Roman could settle the situation down, you know? He could smooth it over. But I didn't hear him saying that. And so we might be looking at a situation where Roman is actually adding fuel to the fire, you know? Either intentionally or unintentionally. And I think that's quite interesting. Brother versus brother, tribal combat winner is the heir to the throne, said David. Reigns failed with Solo, so he's moving to Jay, said Adam. Jay seems more easily influenced than Jimmy. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. That you could be correct. That might also be why Roman has kind of selected Jay, because Jimmy just doesn't. Jimmy, you know, he's pretty loyal, stands firm. He's not as easily swayed. He's not as easily influenced. That's interesting. Maybe Jimmy turns on Roman down the roads. Well, I think there's lots of options on the table. I think there's lots of options on the table. I think there's lots of directions this can go in. I don't know the direction it's going to go in, but this is why I think it's quite an interesting story. This is why I'm kind of like on boards with seeing where it goes. Right. Very good. Let's... Daze, if Big Jim won a world title, he would know the feeling. Well, yes. I don't know what... I mean, we need to do something with Big Jim. I feel like Jay has got a very good foundation. He's got a great connection with the crowd. He's got the yeet in. He's got the entrance. We know there's things to work on. But there's clearly something there for him. There's clearly something for him to get his teeth into as a solo star. He could go off and be a solo star now and it'd be absolutely fine. Jimmy, we know, has struggled. So I think whatever we do right now, I think the priority for me is how does Jimmy come out of this? Because we could end this story now. We could end it right now, right? We could have a little backstage segment where Jay apologizes and we just leave it, right? We're not going to do that. But my point is, if we did, Jay would be fine. Roman would be fine. Jimmy would struggle because Jimmy just hasn't found that thing to stand out with. So whatever this story is going to do, I hope that it has a knock-on effect for Jimmy and a positive one. Positive as in the sense of if he turns heel, it gives him something to get his teeth into. If he's going to stay babyface, then hopefully, you know, we can build up some sympathy for him. Like, I'm hoping this story is going to help him. Or, I don't know, maybe we keep the Usos together for the foreseeable future. Perhaps we don't need to worry about them being single stars. Perhaps there's just no plan for that at the moment. Right. Jimmy deserves his flowers too, said Hassan. Big Jim needs a push. He deserves it, in my opinion, said Jason. Roman said, this is your show. F them all. So that just made Jimmy look not cared about, which seems heelish to me. It's actually amazing how consistent the Bloodline story can be, says Aki. That's what he said, was it? I mean... I agree, that does make Roman seem a bit heelish, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily talking about Jimmy, does it? That doesn't mean that he's necessarily talking about Jimmy and necessarily talking about like, you know, go after your brother or attack your brother or, you know. I'm trying to see if people have got the exact words in. There's just a lot of people saying Jimmy was not feeling this exchange. Is Jay next in line? That's kind of the initial reaction. Roman and Jay are exchanging words. Big Jim in the background. It doesn't look like he agrees with this. Okay, well, I'm going to go and do talking points video. Yeah, I appreciate people joining us. I hope people got something from it. I think this show massively was helped by, obviously, Roman coming back at the end. Sanan said, I think the current Jay story arc is going to end with him becoming exactly what he despised becoming, Roman, said Sanan. Okay, right. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed that. I think it's left us with a lot of questions, but a lot of really interesting questions, and one that hopefully we can dig into in the review, which we will do as soon as I've done the talking points video. I'm going to run away and do that now. Obviously, they'll be unseen much later, but of course, we'll be back again tomorrow as we've got the NXT Fallout episode, and apparently TNA are going to be making their presence felt. So looks like NXT should be pretty good tomorrow as well. So yeah, lovely. On we go. Appreciate it. Have a great evening, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.